Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you're new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
Hiring is going to be the last step. So let's assign. I don't, I haven't configured, I think, proper business process because I was just as purpose of demo, I was just telling you how to add it. I don't think that I have created the hire. So manager is there and then again HR administrator is there. But in the proposed compensation hire, I won't be able to get my compensation because I haven't configured my compensation package. That's the thing. So fine, what you have to do is I will start with the hiring. Now this is my position. If it is position management, we have to go to the related action of the position only. We have to hire at the position. Always remember for a position management, we are going to hire at the position. Go to hire, click on hire employee. Now see here, it will ask you for the first name or email address or something like that. But why we are not getting that create hire? We used to get create hire here only, but here we are not getting it. It's a limitation or we are not having the create pre hire access here. So first you go ahead and create pre hire. You have to give the first name. I'm going to give it as Ankita. Let's hire it as Sanjay Babu. Set any name you can give because since it is training, I'm giving my prefix. Send. Then see if I will click on also. It won't allow me to show an error because you have to provide an address for the phone number. Yes, one contact information should be there. So I used to give email in order to give any random email. Then work. Because address again, I have to give a lot of things in that click on. Now, this is a pre-hire that I have already created. Ankita underscore Sanjay test. Now I will go back to my position. Now I will start the hiring. Hire employee. Now I will enter the first name Ankita. See, automatically this search result will come up here. In our training, in our tenant, we are getting that create pre-hire here. It's here also. Just beside start hire, we are getting that create pre-hire. We can also click on create pre-hire from here and it will take us to the same task that I have just created. Nothing is different, just we can directly create it from here. That's it. So I'm clicking on start hire. Select the pre-hire. See automatically, the position has been taken into account because we have hired at the position only. And then fill the required details. L1 and 1900. If I'm going to take this, employer type. All details you have to fill. See now, if you have created a job profile with your name, it would you have to search with your name. I'm just going to give the Ankita manager as a job profile that I've created. Time type. It's going to be full-time. Location again. I think it's that is mentioned here. You are going to select the location that is mentioned against the name. Now I'm just going to give some random location. And now you can test your business process as well. If you have given the pay rate type as a critical validation message while initiation, in the initiation step of your hire business process, pay rate type should be there. Remember, I have told you validation message. If you have given that, if I might have given that condition, validation condition in my initiation step of hire business process, then upon submitting this will give me error. Always remember, remember we have configured the validation message in the initiation step of the hire. I've told you when we are creating the validation messages, I've also send you an activity document related to the validation messages. So if you have created a validation message, that pay rate type is mandatory in the initiation step of your hire business process, then you won't be able to submit it until unless you give this pay rate type. So that's what validation comes into picture. This is something that is made by Workday. These are something that has been made mandatory by Workday. So nowhere we have defined it, but if we want, we can make this pay rate type as mandatory. We have to give it because this is the initiation step of the hiring. We are initiating the hire. Correct. So here, if you have given that validation messages as critical, you won't be able to proceed with the hire till the time you have given any pay rate type. This is the time you can test the various things. Pay rate type means how you are going to pay the employee. Hourly, monthly, bi-weekly. How you are going to pay the employee, pay rate type. Salary, whether the employee is salaried or monthly. This is something that payroll will handle, but you can delimit it. You can have limitations here, or you can bound the HR or whosoever person is going for the hiring. That only pay rate type. Pay rate type is the mandatory field when you are hiring an employee, whether the employee is salaried or hourly or bi-weekly. So we are bounding the person who is initiating the hire to mention the pay rate type. That's it. It's not linked with the position management. I have never told this. That pay rate type or time type or job profile is linked with the position management. This is that we are hiring the employee. And remember hire business process is not template driven. We cannot hide or unhide any field here for the hiring. We can, when we are doing the termination or change of, we can do that stuff. Remember, we can make the termination categories invisible for a particular security group by changing the domain in the template of the termination. But for the hiring, we cannot remove anything from here. It's all worked or delivered. We cannot change it. We cannot configure the template of the hiring. But termination and change of, we can change it by adding or removing the security group from the respective domains. See what I have told earlier as well. I'm repeating the same thing. If any business process is template driven, that means you can configure the business process. You can configure the business process template. What is business process template? The thing when you are initiating or carrying out the business process. We are looking this, but higher business process. If you go ahead and search here, higher business process doesn't is not a template. So we cannot change it. What's all coming in your screen? You cannot hide it, you cannot change it. For example, now my client comes and say that I don't want to see this employee type field here. So what you can say, go back to the client and say that sorry boss, you cannot edit it because hire is not a. You know that hire is not a template driven business process. You can say that Workday doesn't give us provision to. You are not going to tell him the what we can say technical terms. They don't understand the technical terms template driven or something like domain security policy. No, they are not worried about the template things. You can say that this is something that is delivered by Workday. We are not authorized to change this. You cannot change anything from the hire employer template because this is something we cannot configure. We cannot hide it. But in the template, in the business process that are template driven, you can hide the field if you want. If they don't want to see anything on the template, you can remove that particular security group from the domain security policy. For example, Jacqueline doesn't want to see the termination categories reasons. She doesn't want to see this termination details or my client to come up and say that Jacqueline shouldn't have authority to modify this. Go ahead and add it. Add Jacqueline another view and remove her from the modify column. Jacqueline's. So the termination or any means template driven business process, we can configure the business process, but not for the non-template driven. So hire is not a template driven business process, so we cannot change it. It's mandatory for us to enter these all details. So that's the difference between the template driven and non-template driven business process. We are getting an alert here. Enter the reason. It's better. If you want, you can avoid the alert. It will allow you to continue with the process. Now click on Submit. Now where it has gone, click on View Details. It has gone to Steve Morgan. Assign Organization Step. Either you can go ahead and start from here. Go to the related action there itself. Just click on the View Details. Go there and Start Proxy there itself. See Start Proxy. Now either just try to explore. What I want you guys to do is try to explore because see, this is a straightforward that we are doing the training tenant somewhere. Someone will come up and say that I'm not able to see the particular step in my inbox. So this is something we are doing straightforward in our tenant. So it will be easy for you. But if you are working for a client, they will come up. I have initiated and hire, but somewhere it is stuck. I cannot see it in my business process. So what you have to do it, you have to go into the process and look where it is pending for the action to be taken. This step is completed by Jacqueline. Under the process, I have process history. There are 2 items are there now. We have done only 2 items. We have only initiated the hire. So Jacqueline has initiated the hire and that particular step is completed. Step completed is the status. Now change organization for worker. So now it is awaiting action. With whom? Steve Morgan. So since Steve Morgan is the manager, it will be lined here with the Steve Morgan. So only Steve Morgan can see it. No one else can look into that. Now, coming to your point. I was about to go to that point. See now, since we are the implementers, they will come to us. Open that particular supervisor of nation for which they are carrying out the hiring. Go to the staffing tab. There you will see that in progress, staffing action. See here you can see that action by Steve Morgan. If I haven't assigned manager Steve Morgan to my supervisory organization, so what will happen is it will go to the reassign step. Then what you have to do it. Anyhow, that business process will be here under the staffing. If you have initiated any business process for your supervisory organization, all the business process related to the staffing you will see here in progress staffing actions. Go to the related actions. Go ahead to the business process here. Since it is the in progress, you can only cancel and correct. No recent business process. No recent option is there for your business process because you have not assigned manager to that. It's not completed. Business process hiring is not completed yet. So you cannot see the recent option. So go to the related actions and either you can cancel it or you can correct it if you want. Once the employee is there in the hired, that hiring process is completed, then only you can see that recent option in your business process. Only the business process can be rescinded or cancelled or corrected. Always, I have told this to you. There are three options for a business process management for your business process. How you are going to manage your business process, cancel recent and correct. Let's go ahead with the hiring if it permits us. So go to the inbox. Definitely, Steve Morgan will see his actions under the inbox only. His inbox only. See assign organizations. If you want, you can go ahead and edit the organization, edit the company, assign the call center that you have created. That's what I have mentioned. See, here you are going to enter. You are going to assign the organization's various organization to Ankita under super test employee. This is the employee that we are hiring. So you have to give all those organization. If you want to see here, this pencil icon is here. You can edit it at the company that you have created. Here also call center region as based on your thing and you can submit it. Once you have assigned the various organization, here is one setting icons is there. See, here you are talking about the delegate task. Suppose Steve doesn't want to take somehow he says that fine. Somewhere means HR administrator is there. He tells that fine. If Ankita is a manager of Ankita Sanjaya test, then let her take that particular decision. So what he or she will do is they do get that task in their inbox. They will go ahead and delegate that task. They will delegate the task to whom you are going to delegate it. Now, no one is there for delegating the task, but yes, we can delegate the task. This is the way you can delegate the task to anyone. The next action, now it will be taken care by this person. Delegate means he will be doing in my absence. And reassignment means now I want this person to take the decision like security group. So we are going to reassign it to a particular person. And here what we are going to be he's going to delegate the task. Delegate means he's going to do on my behalf. Reassign means full task is going to be worked by that person. And delegate means in my absence, he will be doing. I will be getting that information in my inbox. But yes, that person is going to carry out that task. But reassign means I'm fully assigning the responsibility of the task to that particular person. So this is how immediately once you will finish this, you have to start. You will get another, it will get to your manager again. I think the business, because I haven't configured the correct business process, so it will go on the cycle. You have to proxy it. And once your complete step, the last step is reached, it's a location. I think region. You cannot put it region. You guys might have created it. I haven't created it in the system. So you will get that option. Yes, I'm going to select that. Let's select any random one. And cost center we have. So that company is not at all allowed. I have defaulted the company. Remember the allowed company that is under Ankita underscore. We have defaulted in our supervisory organization. Remember the company hierarchy in my allowed organization assignment when I have done the organization assignments. So I have some allowed organization in the company. So only those companies in that company hierarchy can I select from them only. That's what we know. Because it is not allowed. That's what the error is also mentioning. See, it's straightforward. That's the beauty with Workday. You will click on the error and you will get that. What's the error? You can correct it quickly. So this is how you are going to work or the hiring action is being carried out. See here, now we are getting that it is not as a, yes, that particular step is not assigned. So that's here. We are going to reassign. The step to that's here. Whenever you are going to carry the hiring, you will get the issues because you haven't assigned the roles correctly. And now, once you go back to a staffing action, don't try to search from here itself for the supervisor organization. Stop, prop Z. See here. It's a waiting action. It will give you a number of options because it is in reassigned steps. So from here you can correct it or you can cancel the business process. Cost center is only specific with the functionality of your organization. What kind of functionality your organization is doing. Usually these cost center will be provided by your client because they will be already having some finance budget. That means all the finance would go all for these particular things will go to this particular cost center or for this it should go to this particular cost center. So they will have their own cost center defined in the system. They will ask you to create them in the system as well. So yes, so it is dependent on the functionality. If it is executive, that means you're going to have the executive person. If it is related to the marketing, then all the budget related to the supervisor organization that is related to the marketing will go to the marketing cost center. Cost center is based on the functionality, company is based on the location. The particular organization with whom you are going to settle your expenses. Companies, different entity and cost center is different. That's what region, division, everything is here. Delegate tasks. So this will be your work list, what thing you are going to, and the business process for a delegate task. Delegating worker, to whom, which task you are going to, which worker you are going to delegate the task, and what is the business process you are going to delegate. Again, this will be something that implementers, Workday consultants will be doing it. They will raise a ticket for you, or they will ask you like what's the process is going to follow. So they will raise an incident or a service request that I want my task to be. I'm going on leave and I want my tasks to be delegated to this particular person regarding this business processes. With the client, there are a lot of if and buts. We can't do all the things at the time. Don't assume that if someone is more experienced than you, he or she is going to do within a scratchy all these things. Now you are dealing with only one or two things because you are practicing it now. So it's not like I will do it more quickly than you or someone is going to do slowly. So if you want, I can give you a kind of checklist. So first of all, you have to depict the organization structure like we have done yesterday. Let me open the paper as well. So it's not like somewhere or something. It is written. So as a depict organization structure first of all, and then create your supervisory organization with the various attributes. Create your supervisory organization and their subordinates. If you have to do it correctly, then it's going to be an easy task. Just creation. Only then all these attributes you're going to select it there. Only then create your company or your organization's hierarchy. What all things are mentioned. I'm not going to specifically mention anything. Create your organization types that is based on your requirements. Then create their respective create organization hierarchy. And then go ahead with the assignments of the organization. Assignments of organization. Because if you're not creating it, then at the time of hiring, you will get a number of options. Now we are limiting it. So all these things needs to be done and assignments of organizations to your supervisory organization, to your super office. Now, what's going to be our next step? Next step is going to be creation of your compensation structure. Create compensation structure. And then after that, the eligibility rules. Create compensation structure. Under that compensation structure, I would suggest first create all eligibility rules. This is something that you are going to follow whenever you are going to work on any stuff related to the create. This is not only specific to this practice paper. I want to say so. After that, create your compensation grades and grade profile. They would be created together only. Remember then, create your various plans, create your plans. First, create your salary plans and then create your allowance plan. What are allowance plans are mentioned? Go ahead and create it. Then post this creation of your compensation structure. At last, you are going to create compensation package. Ensure that whenever you are creating the compensation package, you are going to attach your eligibility rules to it. Eligibility rules to it and plus your grades, plus grade profile, plus what you are going to assign your salary plan on your allowance plan, plus your allowance plans. Always remember, if you haven't assigned all these things to your compensation package, then in that case, what will happen? They are there in the system. All these things will be there in the system, but nowhere it is linked to your compensation package. Then what's the need of creating it? So, anyhow, you have to link your eligibility rules, grade profile, everything to your compensation package. Otherwise, nothing is going to work. So, see, coming back to here, if I'm looking agrotech management. So, agrotech management, that means something that is related to the management, non-management. Who are the non-management employees? They have clearly mentioned. Non-management are considered below director management levels. So automatically your agrotech management grade, profile grade, compensation grade, you are going to assign it to whom? See, you are going to assign it to see it is all automatically written here. Agrotech management, you are going to assign it to these job profiles. But if at all, this is the practice paper. It is given to you that these are the compensation grades. But if you are not going to, if no one is going to provide the compensation grade as well, they have told you that non-management are director and below. So vice president, definitely it's going to be above job profile. So job management level for the vice president is above the director level. So automatically your mind should take to you that agrotech management is going to be with the vice president. These three CEO is above director, executive vice president is above director, and vice president is also above director. So all these three will be agrotech. I'm not going by this column. Forget about this column. Looking at the job profile itself, I can find out CEO is above director. Executive vice president is above director. If you go by the management hierarchy, you can look into that. Vice president is above director. So all these three will have composition grade as agrotech management. It is clearly written here. Non-management are considered below director management level. And then your agrotech non-management grade will be attached with these two because these two, coordinator and engineer, are below the director level. So if we are not going by the requirement also, then also by looking at this line itself, I can differentiate what all the grades. These three are the grade profiles that we have created. These two grade profiles are under management, and in this grade profile is under non-management. And these are the maximum and the minimum. Remember, we have the four segments when we are defining for compensation grade. I would only suggest everyone to follow the activity document. Follow the activity document that I have shared. It's same only. Whenever you are going to create all the steps needs to follow the same only. Follow activity document. Still, I'm mentioning the points here. First, create eligibility rules, and then even in your activity documents, you will see the same stuff. Attack eligibility rule. Attach eligibility rule to your, here also the same thing. You have to attach the salary plan. You have to. Don't forget to attach the eligibility rule. If you are not assigning, your compensation structure won't be defaulted at the time of hiring. Always remember. That's what I'm again and again I'm mentioning here. So you are going to mention the grade profile, everything under your compensation package once your compensation structure is done. Now what you are going to do? Create job profiles. What you are going to attach to a job profiles? Can anyone tell me? Because your compensation grade. plus anything else. How you are going to identify which job level or which management level, your job level, your management level. You are going to define the management level. It's only job profiles. We are going to define the management level. Always remember this. So whenever you're creating job profile, this is a minimum thing that you have to give. There are many fields you will see. If you find relevance, you can add and go ahead and add those fields, but these are the minimum things that you have to create or update whenever you are creating it. Now scrolling towards the red, create the security group that if any is needed, if there is any requirement to create it. Create the security group. And then what you are going to do is assign respective roles. Now coming back to your business process. Create or configure your business process. Create your business process. How you are going to create your business process. Add your steps. Don't forget to, again I'm telling you, if you are creating organization specific business process, create your sub processes as well. Don't forget to create this sub process. Now sub process is done for your business process. Don't forget to create the conditions, or conditions are written here. You have to create the conditions as well. If your conditions are not there, then all your things will go in vain. Now add notification to your business process. Now what's going to be my last step? My last step is going to be my hiring. So before hiring, ensure that if you are doing your hiring in your position management staffing model or your position management staffing model. This is general guideline if you're going to configure also. That's great. This is how you're going to create your entire structure if you're working for a client as well. We badly needed that. Thank you, Sai. So if you are going for a position management model hiring, because anyhow, if you're going for an implementation project, you are going to first test it. So how you're going to test it, all these things should be there. Then only you're going to test it. Various kind of testing will be there. If you have configured, see what they will give you is in your design sessions. They will tell you these are the organizations types we are going to create. Then first they will speak. Now there is a discussion type going on. So what you will say is how many supervisory organizations are there? Fine, they have given you the list. Do you want any reasons or locations to be configured? Then they will say that no, we don't want it. If they want, they will come back to you with the list. Then you are going to upload it using the EIBs. Because anyhow, you are not going to create them within the systems. All those things, all those various things and all. So you're going to upload it in the system if there is already a system existing for them. If not, we are going to create them in the system as well. If there is any specific requirements from the client, that is not Workday delivered. If you are going to upload anything, that thing should exist in your tenant. For example, they will tell us that we have 25,000 employees. Some of the employees belong to a location. I'm just taking this example of California. But California is not a location that is predefined within the Workday. So if you are going to upload those data of the employees, that means California, the employees who are there in the California location will get error out. Because that upload didn't get that California location itself. in the tenant, it will say that location doesn't exist, how we will upload the data related to that. Correct. So if you are going to upload also any data, multiple data, then that particular organization type should exist in the tenant before the EAB uploads needs to be done, or before you are going to upload anything from the third party to here. That thing should exist in your tenant. Otherwise, it will get error out. So that's what. If you are going to carry out something, if they want some specific location that is not delivered by Workday, you are going to create it. Otherwise, upload the data. Then see, if you are working on implementation project, lot of testing needs to be done. If you don't know the cycle, how you are going to test it, how you're going to hire it, how are we going to check for the business process. So even they will come back to you say that I want to make the organization specific business process. I don't want to go with the default definition. So in that case, you have to configure it. If you are going for a default definition or organization is specific for hire, then all the sub process also needs to be configured because only Workday consultant will know it. You cannot go back to client and say that boss, you have told me to configure the hire. Shall I consider the sub process also? No. It's your duty. You should know that they don't know about the sub process. They don't know about the higher business process. They will tell you, fine, I have to do hire in this way. Now it's we who are going to decide how we are going to configure the higher business process. Always, you can go back and edit the definition there. They can be working in a maintenance project. They can give you, fine, we don't want this step or we want to include this one more step. You can always go back and edit the definition. And then select the date and then don't go for the past. Dated changes of always remember for business process. It's not at all recommended by Workday neither. You have to go for it. Otherwise, everything will be mishapped. I'm telling you, you are going to mix everything. In that case, if you are going for positive changes for business process. So now coming back to our hire for position management staffing model. First, you have to copy create position BP. Create position BP for your support or in your support. And then you have to then go to you have to create position. Now create position. How you are going to create it? Can anyone guide me? We're going to create the position to manage this one. Yes, so we have to go to the staffing related action of support related action of super. And then how you are going to create it, staffing and then create position. Then how you are going to do the hiring. And then from staffing, create hire or a click on. Always remember, go to your related action of your position because for position management, you are hiding at the position only. Go to the position, go to the related actions of the position, and then click on hire employees. So this is how you are going to do it for the position. Now what will happen is if in case you found that you haven't created the position correctly. Now you want to edit the position. Before editing the position, you have to copy the edit position BP. Always remember. So always remember, whenever you are copying anything, you have to edit. If you are going to create the hiring for the copy, these two business process. Now, if I'm going for the job management, can anyone quickly guide me? Which are the business processes I have to copy? Guys, what is the business process? I have told this earlier when I was telling you how we are going to carry the hire. Set hiring restriction. See these all. The why I'm going fast is we have already discussed this. Set hiring restriction is the business process you have to copy. Copy in your super. So this is related to your. So when you are going hiring for the job management staffing model super. Second, what you have to do is you have to set hiring restriction. How you are going to set them. Same process. Set hiring restrictions. Try. Try the hiring for this job management. See everything, all your efforts will go in there. If you are not going to carry or not going to do the practicals. So related action of supervisory organization staffing and then set hiring restrictions. And then third one is how you are going to hire is. Directly from the related, you have no need because no position is created. Related action of super. And then click on hire employee. That's it. Only in position management, you have to start hiring from the positions. So these are the stuff that you have to do now. Once you have completed the hiring, what's the last step you have to do is assign all relevant roles to or assign the managers or all relevant. What all you think of it? Relevant all relevant roles to the concern, to the employees. First copy setting restriction BP in your super. If I'm talking about set hiring restriction, then again the same thing, edit hiring restrictions as well. Just copy it somewhere, copy in your B, because if in case you are going to edit or hiring restriction, then again you are going back. So copy it simultaneously. So both first copied, then set hiring restrictions. How you are going to set hiring restrictions? Go to the related action of a super staffing and then set hiring restrictions. Now, first of all, you have created the supervisory organizations. And can I know your initials for the same? Anyone can tell me the initials, those who have created the supervisory organizations so that everyone can see it. You can use mine, mom, like you can use GUD space drive TIB. This is the aggregate corporation, that's a supervisor. So, talking about our supervisory organization, Agrotech Corporation has subordinates with executive as executive management. Everyone with me. If anyone doesn't see the structure like this, just raise your hand or just interrupt me in between. So, division everyone and then Hyderabad local. So now, since this is a training tenant, you won't get the exact price. You won't get the exact primary location, but whenever you are working, you have to allocate. Whenever you are working in a client, you have to allocate the exact primary location only. means Hyderabad if it is Hyderabad location in the tenant itself. No, yes, that's what. Because this primary location we have created as Hyderabad local and then we have added to it. So if you have created, also then see, if you have created, then create it with the same name Hyderabad. Then so division, Hyderabad was there. That is the reason we want to put some difference on that part. So that's not an issue. I'm just telling you, like if it is mentioned somewhere, so you have to take the same location only. If you didn't find it, go back to the requirement. Who has given you the requirement, whether it's client or you are giving any exam or anything. So if you didn't find anything and it is not mentioned in your requirement document to create it, you can go back and ask who has given you the requirement that what's going to be the primary location, whether I have to create it or I can use this one. So a staffing model, everyone should have this position management staffing model because in our requirement document it is mentioned that the top most supervisory organization will have staff position management staffing model. Now coming back to our executive. Sorry, in our organization assignments, I can say that organization assignments, it's a group of companies and a group of call center as mentioned in our requirement. Now, why you haven't defaulted the companies here? What's the default company that should be there for this agrotech companies? Can anyone tell me? It was been showing as Agrotech India and Agrotech Germany, but the reason it was not defaulted here because it was allowing to select only one company. So even the company, even the currency for Agrotech India would be INR and then for Germany it would be Euro. I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was talking on mute. So see this company, the Agrotech company. So if I'm going by the company, company is the entity I have told you, just it's based on your location basically. For example, Deloitte is a company and Deloitte India, Deloitte USA, say Deloitte UK are its various entity, Eagle entity. So that means Deloitte USA will have the company as the USA one. Its company hierarchy will be Deloitte. So I'm going to assign Deloitte as a Lloyd organization. Then if I'm talking about the corporation here, what's my location? It's Hyderabad. So Deloitte India is going to be my default organization. That's what it's mentioned in our paper, faulted company. For example, here, what's the company that I have? I have company, Agrotech India. Fine. So based on my, and it is written clearly here, based on company is, see, here it is written company. You are going, default organization is going to be based on your supervisory organization primary location. And cost center, it's going to be based on supervisory organization's function. It's mentioning a requirement document as well and usually always remember, usually this happens. No one is going to tell you. In that case, if at all, client has told you, fine, I want this cost center company to be defaulted. It's fine. If they have already provided you, fair if they haven't provided you. Take this as a consideration base to assign company and cost center. It's going to be based on supervisory organization, primary location, default company, and default cost center, based on the supervisory organization and function. This whenever you are having design sessions or whenever you are doing discussing with the client as well. Regarding the requirement order, the design sessions, you can ask them what's if they haven't told you this stuff, of if they haven't touched this stuff, you can ask them what's going to be the default company, what's going to be the default cost center, how you want to default the company and cost center for your supervisory organization? Or do you want to default them or not? Sometimes it happens they don't want to get it defaulted. Now, coming on the default organizations based on the supervisory organization primary location here. What's my supervisory primary location is Hyderabad. That means India. So what's going to be my cause? Company. It's going to be Agrotech India that we have created here above Agrotech India under our hierarchy, correct? This Agrotech India now going to, what's the actual function between the default organization? What it will do is whenever they will hire any person or any employee under our Agrotech corporation, the organization of that particular employee will be defaulted to Agrotech India. But you remember, in your higher business process, you have a step known as change organization assignments. You remember. So whenever a person will be hired, it will be defaulted. The particular security group will get that task change organization assignments for worker, and in that automatically Agrotech India will be defaulted. But since the task is change organization assignments, you can always change it. You can always change it from Agrotech India to Agrotech Germany or any other company. Now, can anyone tell me what all companies I can change or I can assign to an employee when I'm hiring? Can anyone tell me if I am hiring, for example, in this members in this all corporation, I have to hire Sanjay Beaver. I will start hiring for Sanjay Beaver, and Sanjay Beaver will have a company, Agrotech India. When the HR admin will have that task in within the higher change organization assignment. So if they want to change the company to USA, can they do it for Sanjay Beaver? Can they change the company to USA? Yes, no, because the allowed organization is Agrotech companies. So whatever goes in this hierarchy, whatever companies are in this hierarchy, only that will be allowed. Varied. So only the companies that are allowed under this company hierarchy. You can only change them or you can give it to the employee. Agrotech India is defaulted if you want to go ahead and change it to Agrotech Germany because there are only two companies. If there are three, you can also assign the third one. But in our Agrotech companies, company hierarchy, we only have two companies, so I can go ahead and change it to Agrotech Germany as well, but not apart from Germany and India. Nothing. I can go ahead and change it because here I have clearly mentioned for this supervisory organization, only allowed organization are Agrotech company. Am I clear now? Do anyone has any type of doubt related to default or allowed organization? Because definitely you will get the questions around these only in your interviews as well. I have a question. Like, for the project you have given, Agrotech Corporation is the topmost superior organization and Sanjaya is the CEO and employee of that organization. And then we have subordinates as executive. So do I have to default the organization both in corporation and in executive? Yes, coming to that. Yes, you have to, because each and every supervisory organization will have their own organization, company, and cost centers. I cannot report all the cost centers or all the expenses to one cost center. My client can ask me to assign different cost center to the different supervisory organizations. Some team sitting in the Hyderabad needs to report their expenses to one cost center, and the other team sitting at the Bangalore location can report their expenses to some other cost center. So it entirely depends upon the client, but how you are going to default that only Workday consultant should know it. Where you are going to default your organizations. If they won't default it, it's fine. If they didn't want to default it, you can leave it blank as well. It's not a mandatory thing. You can proceed without it as well. But you should, since we are going through the training, you should know that why we are defaulting it and when it will be used, or what's the reason we are defaulting it. Now coming to the cost center. Can anyone tell me what's going to be the default cost center for a good corporation? I will open the requirement document quickly. These are the three cost centers. Is the 100 the agritech executive? Correct? So this is going to be my executive here. Only executive, only supervisory organization, only executive. Sits only CEO sits here. So it's going to be the executive cost center. Anyone has any questions related to the defaulting of the organization now? And I have one doubt. Default. The location of the default organization will be only the Hyderabad. So USA. We cannot change any other. Only select the default organizations only from the organization that you have allowed here. What I have allowed agrotech companies here. What are the companies that are included in this company hierarchy? Only agrotech Germany and agrotech India here. You can see that. So I can only select out of these two only by because I have only allowed agrotech companies to be default allowed here. Germany and India, only Germany and India. If you have included USA here, USA, Agrotech USA also, then I can select Agrotech USA also because since you have selected an organization as a group, a company is here. You can only default from the companies that are included here. I hope that it is clear to all how you are going to default organization. Ankita, I have defaulted Agrotech India only for this company part. It's correct. It's correct because of what's the primary location of the supervisory organization. It's Hyderabad. That means India only. All and then for cost center, it is ASIL 100 Agrotech executives. Executive, and this one should be inherited to executive supervisor. Yes, it should get inherited, and if you want, you can go ahead and change it as well. But I don't need to change anything because those executive parties also in India, correct? Correct. It's same only India here. You have assigned it WD. Who's that side? You have assigned it here, Indian Agrotech Executive. So it's the same for a group, a corporation as well. Once you assign it here, it will get inherited. I think, and so structure is correct. Agrotech Corporation is a superior organization. I have one doubt with respect to the cost center. Can we add a hierarchy cost center to another hierarchy cost center? Yes, you can. Go to the included organization and try to include it. And the same goes with the company, also means hierarchy. Company hierarchy can be one company. Hierarchy can be added to another company added in the time. It is not a company. We can keep on adding that hierarchy means multiple hierarchy whenever you have any doubt in your mind. Just take an ongoing example or your live example. Like for example, I'm just taking Deloitte as an example. Deloitte is the topmost entity now. Deloitte has India, UK and USA. These are the companies, three companies under it. Now India can also. They have different companies, like it can have company in Bangalore. It can have company in Hyderabad or location, and then Hyderabad, and Hyderabad can also have multiple offices there. Correct. So just whenever you have any doubt, I would only suggest you guys, even I'm also taking the same example. What if it happens to me if I am into that situation because it's all about our organization structure, only the organization that you are working. You can take it as a reference. Just try to take the reference. It's in the company that you are working. Fine, I'm reporting to this manager. Now, what's the location of this manager, which company or organization he belongs? I have one doubt with respect to the same in line. If suppose we have already created a company and it is been like a Hyderabad, what we have taken it up. And that was been there for initial 1 year and afterwards. When we want to make that as an hierarchy can be modified, that the company to a company hierarchy. No, you can go ahead and create a new company hierarchy and then we have to create it, but we cannot modify it. No existing data. Whatever you want to change the organization type itself. Here from higher call center to a cause of miss call center to a call center hierarchy. So that only I can add a call center to a call center hierarchy. That cannot be done. So this is in that case, whatever the data related to that call center prior to becoming the hierarchy. Dating in you, all that will get revoked or what? No, whatever the call, you are going to create that new company hierarchy with the new effective date. And you are going to inactivate the older one with an effective. You are not going to delete anything or any of the data. If you're going to delete it, it's going to have an adverse effect on your what we can see on your processing itself. Somewhere, definitely, that particular data is used, how you are going to play with the data in the system. So always remember if you're working in any of the ERP system, I've already told this again. I'm repeating it for working in any of the ERP system you have. You should only delimit it or inactivate the things with an effective date. Never ever try to delete any data. Even if make it as a habit in your training tenant as well. Even if you are working in your training tenant as well, don't go ahead and delete it, any of the thing. What happens is if someone has already run the payroll for this person, particular employee, and now you are deleting that particular location, so that particular everything will go into error. So don't ever try to do that because lots of things are going on, lots of integration might have happened, or that employee might have fetched. Inactivate the earlier location and then create a new one. And then regarding if you can go to the details, you said the default organization members. No organization assignments where you said default organization should be just that part. So how do you do that one? Because I was on phone, I was not able to. So what's the primary location of executive management supervisor organization? It's Hyderabad, yes. Oh, this is going to be a good tech. India company is going already. It is mentioned here that the company is based on supervisor organization primary location. Now coming back to the cost center. It's going to be the functionality. It is mentioned. What's the functionality based on the supervisory organization function? So what's the function of this organization? It's executives. Only executive sits in this. So it's a good tech executive here. Now, so since everyone is with me, I go to corporation is the top, most supervisory organization, then executive management reports to a good corporation, and then for executive management, subordinates are Agrotech Logistic and Agrotech Processing Department. These two are the subordinates. It is clearly mentioned here for executive management. Super superior organization is a good corporation, and for executive management, subordinates are a good logistic and processing department is logistic. Has any of the subordinates as per our requirement? No, there are only 4. So see, only superior organization, executive management is mentioned here Neither processing department has any subordinates. You cannot see that subordinates. So you can see that subordinates are the subordinates. Now coming back to our logistic organization. What's the primary location of it is Munich, and Germany is the company and logistic functionality. It's logistic. So core center is logistic. Yes, someone was saying only the one, a small portion. So if I mistakenly create any cost center and I don't want it, can I make it inactive? Like the way we do for the supervisor organization. Pod, I didn't get it. The cost center. For example, I have created a cost center mistake and day, but that I don't want to use. So I want to make it inactive. Is it possible? The way we have done for the supervisor organization. Yes, I didn't find that inactive options something made the in case logistic has some subordinates. You have to create it from here. Now this is how we have done the organization assignments. And I hope that everyone has done it. All the participants have created the supervisor organization that I'm showing the way. It should be the same that I've shown just now. One question. You said like all managers will be hired one level above. So that does it mean that I cannot hire? I mean I cannot assign the position. I cannot assign the role of manager of the current organization. Does it mean like that? Each supervisor organization will have a manager. See, for example, let me take it if you, for example, like my manager is silent. Now, does it look good that size sits in the same organization that I am working into? So, does it mean that so I cannot be the member of, suppose an executive cannot be the member of my organization in which I am now? So I cannot be the member of my organization. And this is not only with Workday, this is with everyone. He cannot sit in the same organization. I assigned a role of manager, suppose, and Jay as manager. I hired an example. Now let me take an example. I got your point. See here a good corporation. Now, who is the manager of the agrotech corporation? I will go here and I will assign the rules here. Go to the Roles tab and assign the role of the manager. That means Sanjaya. If you assign roles, click on the assigned roles and assign Sanjaya as the manager of Agrotech Corporation. I said the CEO. I have already told you. I said the CEO rest. Everyone will be hired one level above. Now let's talk about executive management. Or let's talk about logistic. Who is the employee of the logistic? Let me take this example. This will suffice your query more appropriately. I can say that logistic, who is the manager of logistic, agrotech, logistic, Lisa. Now manager of logistic is Lisa, and who is the employee of logistic? Narendra. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to Narendra here, and I'm going to hire Lisa in the executive management supervisory organization. Why? Because always remember the manager will be hired just one level above. The organization with whom? If I assign the member of the same organization as manager as the role if I assign Narendra as manager of logistic department. If I assigned role Narendra as manager of logistic department, it still allows, but it doesn't stop me. It doesn't say that you should only assign the one level, the man, the employee of one level above, yes, manager. It doesn't talk only about hiring, guys. Only remember, I'm talking only about hiring. Manager will be hired one level above the super, which is manager. Here Lisa is managing which? Supervisory organization logistics. So if she is managing the logistic, she cannot sit in that organization. So she will be hired only in the executive management, and we can assign Lisa here as the manager to the logistic. It's a small dog here. For the executive management, super, or we have defaulted as India company India. How can we hire Lisa for Germany company there? That is the only organization we are defaulting. We are not. We haven't set. Hiring will only be set based on the position restrictions that you have given when you are creating the positions. Remember, if you have given the location is Hyderabad there when you are creating the position, that means you are setting up the restrictions that only the employees based on the position. Hyderabad will be hired. If you are defaulting the organization, that doesn't mean that you are defaulting the hiring only for that particular organization. So we can still select Germany company there. See here, when you are going to the staffing, you are creating the position. I cancelled. See here only the job restrictions we are giving. If you are either you have to select, try to submit it, either you have to select no job restriction. I don't want any job restrictions for my position that I'm going to create for my supervisory organization. But if I give the location here as Hyderabad, then that means I am giving some restrictions to my position. Only employees on the Hyderabad location can be hired. If I give any restrictions to my position and creating the position, if I give the restrictions here is location as Hyderabad, that means only Hyderabad location. I can. Yes, if you are defaulting the organization, you are not restricting their hiring. But if you are, that's what hiring restrictions. It's here hiring restrictions. We are setting up restrictions on our position. If we have set any restrictions, then only with that particular location only we can hire it. You won't get that option whenever you are hiring the employee. If I have said Hyderabad, you won't get any location apart from Hyderabad when you are hiring the employee on that position. Will only apply with respect to this point. Can you update on the availability date and earlier hire date, how that works? On the top, availability date means when this position will be available in our system. Or yes, hire date means when I can hire any employee in this particular position. Then the position will be under the unavailable to fill tab. Remember when tab was there unavailable to fill. If I have given the date as for example 0221 and 2024, that means 1st of February. If I am looking into my supervisory organization, if I am going to look this position under my agrotech executive management supervisory organization, I will see this position under unavailable to fill tab. That means my position is not available to fill now. Even if I will give the earliest hire date as 2024, that means starting from 2024, I can hire 29 January 2024. I can hire any employee, but my position won't be available. That means hiring also. I cannot do it because my position itself is not available. It will be available starting only from 1st of February. So that's the only availability days as 26th of January, a backdated one, and keep the earliest hire date as suppose of 30th of December. This is a system will throw an error. 12th of December system will throw an error because if I want to hire that associate, last one today, You won't get that option in your create position. Whenever you or how you are going to hire go, you will go to the position related actions and you will click on the hire employee. You won't get that hire employee option is done because your earliest hire date is 21st of January 2024. So see, these are the types of what we can say issues that comes up whenever you are working in a project. Your HR will come back and say that, see, I'm boss. I'm unable to hire. Can you please help me in initiating getting the hire? So if you don't know the root cause, what's how you are going to carry out the hire? Now, since you have asked it, this is one of the scenario that you can face whenever you are working in a maintenance project. Your HR will come to you and say that I'm not able to hire. So you immediately, what you have to do is being a consultant. You should know that definitely it's going to be data. So because the position, you can see it here. You can see the position is there, but by that particular person is not. So this should come to your mind. So this will come when you will work more and more, or you explore more and more, or you explore the tenant more and more. But in that case, I also did the same thing. It also showed me an error on the state. I will try it. I try one more time. And because if I will go ahead with this, it will hamper this, what we can say, this hierarchy. I will just show you that through that as well. So now I hope usually the availability and the earliest high date needs to be the same only. We used to keep it the same. Only if you will look into the already existing, if you have access to your client tenants, you will see that it's almost the same. Only they don't differ with the availability or the hire date. Can you go to the tenant map? Just go to the supervisor organization. I am into that logistic. Oh no, the cooperation. So now you see cooperation as a supervisory and then subordinate is executive management. Click on executive management map. Then you got the sub box which is agrotech, logistics and processing department. So in agrotech, logistics and processing department, the profile would be job management. And when the position would be job management and the superior organizations, and I could take executive management is position management. If you see that executive management is a requirement. I got a logistic and processing has job management. Yes, correct. Can you go to the tenant? Hold on. Let me look into the requirement and go take will have topmost organization with the position management. So I will be subordinate to it and will use position. Fine. Only both of them are using the job management. Then logistic. In logistics and logistics organization, we cannot do a create profile or assign roles. We cannot. We cannot do that because go to the related actions out there. You cannot do the create position because this is job management is staffing model. How you're going to create the we do not get that. Yes, you won't get that. Create position because position will only be created in the position management staffing models. Can a job management be converted to a position management? Yes, but now you cannot convert it because you have already taken a staffing action on it. You have already created a job profile here. For this one, you have already created it. You can get it, you can. Change your staffing model till the time you haven't taken any staffing action on. It means you haven't created position. Neither you have created a job profile. Since you have taken the staffing on action already, this should be blank. Ideally, no staffing action means this would be blank. Only the staffing model job management will be mentioned. Now coming to our compensation structure. Now why you guys are stuck up in the compensation structure? I have already told you. Even I mentioned in the checklist also blank, blindly follow the activity document that I have. It's the perfect one. I can say you guys, it's a perfect one that if anywhere you are going to work, you have to only simply follow the activity documents. That's universal. I can say that now, coming back to our compensation requirement here. Now what it is mentioned here, Agrotech want all compensation grades to be tied directly to and into. Just interrupt me if you didn't get anything. Means if you have any doubt, just interrupt me in between. Agrotech want all compensation grades to be tied directly to job profiles of the worker. That's self-understood. I have already told you that whenever you are creating the job profiles, you have to attach the compensation grades and management level, so that if it is not at all mentioned also, then also you guys are going to do that. So this is null and void for us. So because we know that now everyone in our class knows that we have to attach the compensation, grade and management level to our job profile. So this is, we are not bothered about it. Small doubt here. Yes, how many job profiles need to be created with respect to this data, sample data given? Who can tell me this file again? Common job profiles. How many should be created? I have to do your profile stuff. To be how many? So management level and non-management level I have created. No, I have created 5. Who is that? Who has created 5, Ravina? Yes, it's correct. It's clearly written here, job profiles, in the employee data table job profiles. Agrotech CEO Agrotech, EVP Processing, Agrotech, VP Logistic Agrotech, Processing Coordinator Agrotech, Logistic Engineer. All these 5 job profiles are there. So why? Why do I do? I don't know. For instance, if I go for fun, sir, it's clearly. I also created 5 job profiles. Only as far as we have created 5 job profiles, and then we segregated to non-management and management, where non-management, they are to not only about compensation eligibility rules. I'm not segregating the job profile. Job profile means Agrotech, CEO, EVP Processing, VP Logistic Processing Coordinator. And no. It's the compensation grade that we are. Yes, so your compensation grades only. And I'm just asking about the job profile. So you have to create 5 job profile as CEO, EVP Processing, VP, Logistic Processing Coordinator, and Logistic Engineers. I hope that everyone is clear with the creation of the job profiles. Now it has clearly mentioned Agrotech has one compensation package. Agrotech compensation package where the eligibility is all Agrotech Infotech employees are eligible. Now what's my first thing is compensation package name. Compensation package name is this. I'm not going to create the Agro compensation package now. Why? Because my activity documents of compensation, I would only go with the words that I've said earlier as well. My activity document says that first I have to create the eligibility rules. This is going to be the name of my compensation package. And what's my eligibility? All Agrotech Infotech employees are eligible. I'm going to write it down somewhere. How do you create that rule for that? Like call it first. First, let me just have that data ready and then I will show you. Now it will take a salary plan. We are all Agrotech employees, Infotech employees are eligible, called a good tech salary plan. My salary plan is a good tech salary plan here also. What's my? This is my salary plan. Fine, and what's going to be my eligibility for the salary plan is it's all same on the compensation package. All agro tech infotech employees are eligible. All it's same only. Both the eligibility are same salary plan and my package. Elite. I'm just going line by line. All grades should have INR's default currencies with compensation element of value, base pay and annual frequency. Now coming to our grade. Nick grades. If they have given you the default currency, whenever you are going to create the compensation grade, they have given you the default currency and the compensation element, base pay and annual frequency. Correct already? So what's my grade names are? My grades are RA Agro Tech Management and Agro Tech Non-Management. It's clearly mentioned in the tabular format as well. I'm going to create these grades. Already told grades don't have any eligibility attached to them. We are directly going to attach them in the job profile. So no eligibility for these two grades. Now, since we know that whenever we are creating the grades, we have one second tab, the profile tabs. Under that, we are going to create these two to grade profiles for each grade compensation grade. AGM India and AGM Germany. Both for agro-tech management as well as for agro-tech. Non-management as well. These are the grade files. How you are going to create it, follow the activity documents. Grade profile. Now under that, you have to fill all these data. You know that it is clearly mentioned here that default currency is INR and the competition unit is based on annual frequency. Now what is the next line that is written make your eligibility rules for compensation? Components to default based on management level, location, supervisory organization, it sets as suitable. That means they have already given you the hint that you have to create your eligibility rules based on what it is mentioned here. What all eligibility that is mentioned here in the requirement documents. These are the lines I'm telling you. These are the things that are confusing. So that's why first, whenever you get any kind of requirement, just write down your raw data first. This is called as data analysis. They have clearly mentioned make your eligibility as suitable. See, in between they have inserted a lot of things, compensation components to default based on the management. And here what they have written is as suitable. That means what they want to say is rules for comp to default based on the management level. That means you have to do, they are indirectly, they are mentioning it. You have to attach a management level to job profiles. That we know already location. That means they are talking about the grade profiles and their eligibility. Localization. Remember, we have studied it. What's grade profile means? Why we are doing the grade profile configuration. It's localization compensation, localization grade, localization supervisory organization. Here, they have already mentioned it clearly that it is all agrotech, infotech employees are eligible. That means your supervisory or topmost. If you are going to include the top of supervisory organization, that means all your agrotech employees will be eligible, should be eligible. Whenever you are going to create your eligibility rules, you have to include all the employees, you have to include all your supervisory organizations or your topmost agrotech corporation. That means all your agrotech employees will be included in the compensation eligibility rules. So they have simply modified the lines and you guys got confused. See as suitable, it sell as suitable. Try to break down the things that they are mentioned. try to break down the words, I can say that. Now, what they have told is non management are considered below director management level. That means you are not going to include director because they haven't told that director and below director. They have clearly mentioned below director. That means all that management level. Yes, manager and below. Yes, manager and below, fine. So now these are the lines. I have simply break down the words and you can see the data ready here. Now I have one more thing. Let allowance plan. What's my allowance plans? Plan is agrotech newspaper allowance. I'm going to mention it here. My allowance plan is agrotech newspaper allowance. Now why what it is saying? What's my eligibility? It's non-management employees. This is going to be my non-management employees eligibility groups. Now it is clearly mentioned in my requirements. I meant that non-management means director and above. So whenever I'm going to create my eligibility rules, I'm going to include the management level manager and below. I'm going to include manager as well because it's director and below. Now what's my first step? If you open your activity document of compensation, it clearly mentioned that first of all you have to create the compensation eligibility rules. Now, can anyone tell me how many eligibility rules I have to create? For my paper, for my this agrotech corporation, how many eligibility rules I have to create for the compensation? Can anyone tell me looking at the raw data? I have created 4 actually eligibility rule. I didn't even initially to have created. Then I have thought that let's have country also to be an eligible. Why? Why? Two. First is management and non-management as a 2 eligibility rule with the distinguishing of the designation and then with the country also have created. What's the need of? What's the need of that? See if you have created it will lie somewhere, but where you are going to assign that eligibility rules a management one because it's nowhere needed. You will create it, it will lie there, but you are not going to attach it to your, what we can say, to your compensation structure. It's not needed in your agrotech corporation structure from compensation structure here. We have bifurcated our all needs, all our compensation components, compensation package, salary plan, grade, profiles, and your spinal lines. So we only need all a group of tech, info tech employees. This and this will be used if I create one. I'm going to use it in my salary plan as well because it's same. Only all a group of tech, info tech employees, all a group of tech. And now grade profile localization automatically. It will be existing there and here I'm going to create non-management employees. So to all a group of tech, info tech employees are eligible and second one I'm going to create that will include non-management employees. So first I will go there. I will click create compensation rule. First one, it's going to be mine. I can say that. If you want to, can give any other name. So I can give the name as Ankita and all a group of tech employees. Now, what's going to be my source field? Can anyone tell me? Your company. If you want to take a test, this one. The requirement of what it is written. See what? What it is saying is all a group of tech employees are eligible. So first one should be management level on all. That means my supervisory organization. If I'm going to include the supervisory organization, that means all the employees. I have I want all my employees top. One supervisory for compensation is on the top. Correct. So it's going to be mile. That's what I was crawling, because since it is compensation, I'm creating compensation eligibility rules. So definitely you have to take the compensation source field into account. Now what's going to be my relation? Operator in the selection list. In the selection list any. In the selection list koi bhi anyone. Any in the selection list. So now include your all. Supervisory organization. I haven't created it, so I won't get it. For example, let me include this corporation and I'm going to include this executive. Means you have to include all your 4 supervisory organization. And now everyone agree me, I have, since I haven't created it. I haven't included it, but you have to include your corporation, executive, logistic, and your processing department, all the 4 supervisory organization. So this one first compensation eligibility rule is created for me. Everyone with me? Any doubts creation of the eligibility rule? So similarly, what you have to do it again, go back and click first. You create this, click on. Save it. Now again go back and create the second one. Only 2 needs to be created, non-management employees. Now Ankita underscore non-management deploys clearly mention that director in below. What I'm going to select here, external field is going to be management level. And that to the compensation 1C. Since I'm creating the compensation eligibility any in the selection list, I'm going to select all director and below. What all the director and below? It's 5 is the director. So it's going to be manager, supervisor, individual contributor. So these 3 will be there. Click on, and this is your second eligibility rules. Only 2 needs to be created based on our requirements. So now yes, I grow tech management grade. Don't we need to create any eligibility rule for management levels? I want someone else to answer it. What man? Can you repeat it, management? She say no eligibility. No eligibility for grades. Grades don't need any eligibility. I've told it multiple times. Grade be attached to the job profile. No eligibility for no eligibility needs to be created. For grade, always remember it will be attached to the job profile until and unless it's specifically mentioned by your client. Otherwise, Workday don't recommend to attach eligibility to the compensation grade. Now when? So we are just assigning the compensation grade. So when the actual salary will be assigned to the employee. When you will be hiring. When you will be hiring the employee, salary will be assigned when you will be hiring the employee. Only the compensation. So in the hiring, there is some option like salary. So that is yes. Salary will be definitely you have to, once you are hiring the employee salary, you will get the compensation grade there. You will get the default one, the compensation package, compensation grade, and then the salary plan if it is salaried employee. So you will get that, but salary you have to go to the plan. If I am assigning, I am giving the salary less than the compensation, whatever is mentioned in the compensation grade, it will not allow? No, it will allow. I've already told you it will give you an alert. If you are giving greater than the range, if you are giving less than the range, it will give you an alert. That's it. It will allow you to save it. It will just give an alert to the concerned person that you are giving less salary or than the pay range. You are giving greater salary than the pay range. So if at all they want to go back and cross-check with the manager, they can go back and cross-check with the manager before submitting it. So now just one more doubt, like you have selected supervisory in this whole field as supervisory organization and selected all the 4 supervisory. Instead of that, is suppose we select company and add both the company Agrotech India and Agrotech Germany in that. So what will be the impact? Because while doing this one, I have selected company instead of the company as well. But what happens is if you are going to use this company somewhere else in your some other supervising organization, then it will fetch those employees as well. The employees from the other supervisory organization as well. And sorry to interrupt. This is not for agrotech management. Great. It is like great profiles. It's a mandatory field to give eligibility rule there. That's what I'm referring to. Yes, yes means I didn't get it. Great profile. Definitely it's a localization and you will get it country India, country Germany. It's defaulted by it's delivered by Workday itself. No need to create those eligibility management. We are not no clear management. In grade profile, they have asked for eligibility rule. It's a mandate. I'm going to that. So everyone done with the eligibility rule. No questions for the eligibility rules. Correct. Now I'm going to create next step when you refer to the compensation activity document is create the compensation. Great. So I'm going to create it automatically. It will give us a default. Select any means the effective date that you are creating it. Use grade profile. Don't forget to select this. Click on. Now give all the relevant thing, base pay elements is already mentioned in your requirement document. It's going to be base pay currency. It's going to be INR and then frequency. And will frequency now coming to our compensation grade profiles. That's what you guys what are talking about. No need to give any eligibility rules for your C. It's not mandatory. Also, what do? The composition grade profile. So compensation grade, skip it now. Compensation grade profile. Coming to it, grade profile name, you are going to give it base pay, element base pay, and here eligibility rules. What is the eligibility rules? It's mentioned there. If since always remember compensation grade profiles means you are localizing your compensation grades. You cannot give the same salary that you are giving in dollars to the employer. You are working here in India. It needs to be in INR. So Workday gives us this beautiful opportunity. We can give our compensation grades based on the local, we can localize them. So here you are going to. If I'm going to set the salary ranges for an India employee, select the India only. And country India as the eligibility rules. If you are selecting it for France, select it for France. Give the eligibility rules as France. It will localize your grade profilers based on the France country, based on the India country. So here you are going to give those eligibility rules only based on the country since grade profile is localization. Always remember. Localization of the compensation grade. Everyone with me? Any questions? Any questions related to compensation grade and grade profiles? The procedure, see Ankita, the procedure would be when you're doing the compensation structure. So, see, I know you're going through the assignment sheet, but for us, what I have written it down and then create eligibility rule, create compensation grade profile, create allowance plan, create salary plan, create compensation package after that. Then you create the job profile and under job profile, do the compensation grade profile and then the management level. After you do this, then you connect all the dots. How was that approach? So you are clear with this structure compensation, then job profile, assign the compensation grade, then hire the employee. Once you are hiring the employee, automatically your compensation package. If your configuration is correct, your compensation package grade will be defaulted. There, whenever you are hiring the employee, see here, this is the BP that you have created. This is the BP that you have created. For your hiring, and your hire BP will definitely have the proposed compensation hire step. Without that, you won't be able to assign the compensation to the employee. That is, step itself is missing. Then you won't be able to assign your compensation. Is the error? So if you are hiring any employee, definitely that step would be there in your hire BP. If you go to any tenant compensation, proposed compensation hire will definitely be there. So here only the salary will be assigned in the proposed compensation. Yes, salary. You are going to only ranges you will define in the compensation package. No salary. You are only the salary part. You are going to define it there itself. Only see a proposed compensation. How is the HR partner here? HR partner is a concerned group. He HR partner will give the salary there, only the salary part. You will edit it and you will give the salary. HR partner will give the salary. Any questions to the compensation grade and grade profile, grade name and grade profile? These both we have to create separately. No means profile, same when you are going to create the grade. It will give you the grade profile option as well. Remember, this name is management and non-management. Yes, your paper. It's clearly mentioned grade name is a good management and a good non-management, and grade profile name is a GRUM India, a GRUM Germany, and then for non-management, a GOR in India and a GOR NEM Germany. Also, I have created with the name of a GRUM India Germany and then a GRUM India and Germany. Yes, that's so this is the only yes. This is the name only we can give, not management, non-management. No. It's only name only and eligibility for grade profile. You can select based on the India since it is a localization. No. I mean, see the question out. Here is on guitar. See the grade and the grade profile. The grade is the agrotech management and non-management. The gate are the grade profile when you see it's the Agam India and Agam Germany. Yes, and on management it is so. So what you're going to create the second grade and then under that you're going to create these two grade profiles. So there will be two grades. Yes, two grades from two grades and each grade will have two grade profiles. So, first of all, candidate will apply via internal or external job posting like we are doing. Internal means if I am working in Deloitte. So what I will do is I will some internal opening is there in a project. I will apply to that internal job posting. So that is known as internal. The candidate will apply internal or external job posting means if I am externally applying to any vacancy in Deloitte. I'm not working in Deloitte, but I want to apply to a vacancy in Deloitte. So I will apply through LinkedIn or any kind of social media, any kind of referral. So that is known as external job posting. Then, once the candidate has clicked on the link or something like that, they filled all the details. Then it will go for review whether that particular profile is needed in our organization or not, whether that fits for that particular job posting or not. Then they will screen the profile. Then it will go for if your company has some kind of assessment that needs, for example, Deloitte needs to have some kind of assessment, some mandatory assessment that needs to be done, or some kind of MCQ or some kind of examination assessment that needs to be taken care of. Then the candidate will go through the assessment stage. Once it cleared the assessment stage, it is cleared by that particular security group that this employee has cleared it. Then you will go for interview. You might have gone through all these stages whenever you are switching your jobs. Then your pre-offer will be there. The person will call you, HR will have a discussion with you that this much we are offering, you will negotiate it. That stage is known as pre-offer stage. And then you will go to the offer stage. Offer will be given. Then we go to the background check stage. They will initiate your background check. They will ask you for the various details related to your background, all your employment details, all your education details, all your whether you have any criminal background or something like that. They will have some background form and then they will initiate your background check. Then they will go for ready for hire means now the employee is ready for hire. They will create your pre-hire. The one that I was talking about, create your pre-hire. Pre-hire will be created. Then ultimately, finally, you will be hired or transfer action. What do you mean by transfer? Action means if I am applying internally, then I need to be transferred from one supervisory organization to the one that I have already applied. And hire means if I am applying externally, then I need to get hired in that particular supervisory organization. So this is the full life cycle. If someone asks you, and remember, if anything that needs time, we are creating a to do for the same in our hire business process. For example, background check. If any kind of ready for hire, they will mention that this is to do. That means once the background check is completed, it's not something that needs to be done in the Word. It's need to be taken care of externally. Once it is completed, then the HR partner will do it as completed, mark it as submitted, completed. So this is the full cycle of candidate that I was referring to you at the start. Now you should have that visibility how all the things happens within the system. Any questions or? Yes, for a hire, you need to do a pre-hire first and then do the hire ready exactly. And can we see that before creating the pre-hire, you cannot create a hire? Remember, whenever you are hiring an employee, it will tell you to search. That means you have to enter the first name and the last name. So how it is going to search in the tenant? If you have entered some first name or last name, it won't fetch until that create pre-hire or that pre-hire exists in the tenant. So before hiring, you have to create the pre-hire. Now is it see the to-do thing that you told me about pre-hire and the background check when you're part to do. But still they are doing the background check and then when not in the stipulated time and then it has skipped the stipulated time after 2 weeks. Also, they haven't got back. You cannot do a hire. No, you can do it higher. It's a two-step to do. Step always come after the completion step. Workday account creation step. That's what to do. Step means it will be done. It will take some time. Sometimes it happens that background check takes time or the team is busy with some other work or some other responsibilities. It will take around 1 to 2 months. I've seen people getting fired out of the organization even after 2 months because their background check has failed. Ankita, I have created pre-hire and I am kind of stuck with the hire process. So I'll try to fix it. If it is not possible, will you help us? Like, will you show us in detail, like how it is happening? Yes? Sure. First try from your end. First complete all the process, all the configuration. Then we will discuss it like we have discussed today. We can discuss it that as well. So any further questions? Mom, one question. Yes, in the diagram that you showed, the full cycle. See, candidate can apply by internal or external. Internal. Yes, we are. We are able to understand the external site where its carriers or Indeed or Knockety come. How does that? How does Workday take that data into consultation? How does it extract and put it into your Workday client? So that is something done by the recruitment consultants. They will have that link, and once they click on the link, it will give them a temporary username and password. And then they will log in using that username or password, or they will directly, for if you are applying externally, no need of that username or password because we were testing it. So I have done that. You will click that. It will open a form, and once you save it, it will automatically get first in the Pro Workday. But they will. The people who are applying, they'll only be applying to the external side only, but internally the recruiters would be working on Workday and doing their job as a viewer. Yes, yes. Then, so this is the one. Create the stock administrator, and then you have created the stock administrator, then activate pending security policy changes. So view user-based security group. So where you are stocked up. So from 2 I went up to E. So I went up. You are role-based security group, correct? Yes, that's where I was. That's the one I was. It was user. Sorry, I started at user, so I got stuck. That's where I have the question. So from once I did the user up to one number one, all of it up to E I did. So from number 2, update the request stock grant. That's where I had the question. I think you are stuck in the user based. It is nothing but C. It is nothing but C. If you have created a security group, let me tell you the concept behind it. If you have created the security group, then it depends upon your requirement to which domain or to which business process security policy you want to assign your security group. You have created it. It will be lying somewhere in your tenant. Under you can view your security group. But what kind of access you want to give it to your security group? Like that would be defined when you are going to assign your security group to either to your domain security policy or to your business process security policy. Correct. So, for example, here what they are trying to do is they are trying to grant access to the stock administrator to the request stock grant to initiate the request stock grant business process. So if you want to assign, for example, you understood why you have created the user-based security group. Yes, you have completed successfully. Now there is a requirement that you're the security group. Teresa, stock administrator, should have access to initiate the request stock grant business process. So that means what you have to do is you have to go to the business process policy of request a stock grant, and under the initiation you have to give your security group. That means now your security group will be eligible to initiate request a stock grant business process. For example, let me show you. Go to the related action because each and every business process will have only one business process security policy. I went to business process policy. I will edit it. And once I click on, see who can start the business process request. Add your security group here. That's what that particular document is referring to. So I just pick anyone that I want. If they will say that you have to, for example, I'm not sure whether approval exists or not. See, that's what I got here. Mine is like that. So do I pick every box I select? That's what I was asking. So my question was, do I pick every security group? Do I pick there, then go to the bottom, initiate action, pick? That's what I was asking. Should I pick in each and every section? Just click anywhere and add your security group. For example, Taris is there and is now added. Click on. See, you will get an alert. Since you have changed the business policy security policy, you have to activate your pending security policy changes. After creation of the security group, you won't get any alert because you haven't changed any policy. This can be a question as well. When you need to update your or activate your pending security policy, whenever we alter or update any kind of security policy, for example, now in your requirement document, it is written that you have to add your security group to the review so that you can review the request to store grant. Now, can you tell me how I navigate? It's I don't know. I'm not kind of, but anyway, I think you confuse me a bit more, but just go ahead. I'm just asking, you just know you got it. If you want to initiate, my question is earlier. There is a stock administrator group to initiate a request. Stock grant, business process. If this is written, I have shown you. You have to go to the business process security policy and then you have to add your security group in the initiation step. Who can start it? Just now I've shown you. Correct. Now my second question is, can you guide me? I want stock administrator group to review. Request a stock grant business process. Once you open it, that's when you go to the related action and then go to business process and then do the business process policy or no policy and then edit here. And then you look for the initiating action. Why I will look for initiating action, Teresa? To add the stock grant section. I won't look at initiating. See, my question is, I want Teresa's stock administrator group to review request. Stock grant business process. Why should I go ahead and add in the initiate? I want to add it in the review step. Initiate request was the above one. That's why I have added in the initiate. So now my request is, I want Teresa group to review request a stock grant. Correct. So I have to find the task that review the stock grant business process. I will scroll down to the reviewed. And this is what I was asking. That's the part I didn't understand. That's why I was asking. Could we go over? How do you modify your business process security policy? Now, if you want, you can go ahead and add your security group. That's it. If you have any query, means any task that is related to hire, open your hire business process, add your security group there. If they told you to add, have this security group, Teresa, stock administrator group should have access to approve request stock grant. Then you have to add it to an approve action. It depends what kind of access is requested for your security group. You have to add in that particular task only. Thank you. That's where I was getting confused. I have a doubt on this. If suppose you're giving an access for approval by default, you will get access for cancellation also. For what? If suppose you're giving access to the security group for approval, in that I have seen that there is a cancellation, resend and view all also. So that was a bit confusing, that key. View all means. Here it is. If I'm going to add it under the action is approved, I'm going to add it under the approved. I'm going to add it here. But if I add it, it will give only access to the approved task only. If I add it under that cancel task, then only it will give access to cancel the task. Teresa. Cancel means if suppose that request comes to me as an approver, I don't want to approve that because there was something mistake in that and I want to cancel that request. So if I cancel it, then it will go to the cancel approver. That's what you want to say. If it is going for it, he can send back. Definitely, he can send back or he can cancel it. It depends upon him. He can reject it. That's the problem. If it's an approval part, if approver wants to do it, if suppose the approver cancels, then again that request will not come to him because he is not part of the cancel one. That's what the Workday has been defined in such a way. See, because if you can see, there are two options. One is approve, cancel, and then resend. Resum. There are 3 or 4, and the last one is view all also. If suppose I give access to view all, it is by default will be applicable for all the above 4. Like approve, cancel, resend, and it will be applicable how it is. See, like view all is there. If I give access in view all, then I don't have to worry. Yes, yes. See, view all means you can only view it. You cannot approve it. You cannot edit it. You cannot save it. You can only view that particular step. But approve means you can approve it. And you can also send back it. You can deny it. You can reject it. Definitely approval can follow this. But cancel means you have the authority to cancel it. Approval won't have that cancel step. It will only have whenever anything comes to your approval if you are a manager. Anything comes to the approval. Either you can send back to it, either you can deny that approval. Either you can reject it, but I don't think there is or there is no option in the approval action that can be cancelled. Why the approval needs to be cancelled? They can only send back. They can only reject it, correct? Did you get it? And if you are in your security group, Denny is also in this line in here. I get. No, I got your point. But deny is also in same line with cancellation. No. Denny means I'm not approving it. It's not the same. Cancel mean I'm cancelling whole process itself. I can cancel the business if someone has initiated the stock grant business process and it's still in progress. It's pending with someone's inbox. If I have the authority to cancel it, I can go back and cancel it. But not everyone can cancel their business process. For example, if Teresa is not added in this cancel step. So once if Teresa initiated it, she won't be able to cancel that business process in between because she doesn't have authorization to cancel that particular business process. Request stock grant. I got your point. But in that case, when this cancellation will be utilized, in that case, if suppose you are talking that the process doesn't say it has to be approved by Teresa, cancellation in real life. I'm telling you, cancellation will come into picture whenever, for example, HR has raised it and somewhat he or she finds that I don't need to hire an employee or I don't want to request a stock grant. We are talking about stock grant. So let's take it in that. So HR partner, for example, has raised it and it's pending for the manager. Somehow HR partner comes to know that, oh, I don't want to this request. Stock grant shouldn't be raised for this employee. This is wrong, so I need to cancel it. Now, if a HR partner finds that he or she cannot go back and cancel the business process, he has to approach either of these security groups, either compensation administrator or implementer or initiator stock partner to cancel the business process. Cancellation means some business process that is in progress. And somehow we found that this doesn't need to happen in the system. They have to cancel it in between. So only the concerned security groups that are mentioned in that particular action can only cancel it. Similarly, I got to open the hire business process. There would be some security group mentioned in the cancel. Only those security groups that are mentioned in the cancel can only cancel that hire business process. It's like super user or a super admin who will be having this access. And on a need basis only, we will be connecting them to cancel that request. It's not super user. It's not that talk about super user or some kind of user that don't have the access. No, it's all about security groups. It's all about the requirement. If you want that particular security group to have that particular access, they can have it. You can go ahead and add that security group. It's not related to super user or something like that. Am I clear, Teresa? Thank you very much. Did it clear your query? Thank you. Anytime, anytime. Whenever you have anything that anyone is requesting to add in a security group in your business process policy, then go to the related action and edit that particular business process security policy. All tasks will be available in the business process policy in case of some task is not available, like I was not able to find the request one-time approval, something in termination. Why you are not able to find request one-time approval? I don't see all. Where can we find the task related to a particular business process? Can anyone tell me what all tasks? Businesses process. If you want to allow that, yes. If your task is listed down in that report for that particular business process type, then you should have. You should see that you should be able to see your particular task in your business process. So check for the termination business process, type in a business process configuration option, report whether that particular task is there for the termination process or not. It is there. Actually, I went through all this process, but still I was not able to request one-time payment. Ma'am, it could be do not use or it could be Workday delivered, one which could be under updated. Is that Pravina? No, it is actually available in business process configuration option. I was able to see it. I was not able to see it, but does it have a sub-process? It has a sub-process. Then you should be able to what's your request one-time payment. Request one-time payment. So it is here. Request one-time payment. Then ideally it should be there. The task is there. You should be able to add it in your business process. I was able to add it in my business process. The only thing is like I wanted the new security group to be assigned there. So I went to the business process policy edit, but there I was not able to see this task. You want to add a security group in the request. So you want to add it in the request one-time payment. So business process security policy, add that request and then go to the task and then you need to add security group also. Ma'am, correct. You have to go to the business. Similarly, it's the same question that Teresa has asked just now. So you have to add it, request one-time payment standalone, so that they can initiate the business process. But that is in the termination saying request this one-time payment. So in termination business process policy, I was not able to see it, so it's already a sub-process. It's a different business process. Sub-process is also a business process that comes under this task. Correct. That is triggered by a task, but it's also a separate business process. Correct. So that's why you have to source in that particular business process only. Ankita, I had another question. So in this was for 10. When we do the change job business process, when we are adding conditions, if when a condition has, if for example, the one for current review, current manager. So if manager initiated the process, this step should route to the HR partner relative to the transaction. When we are adding the condition for if, do we always add the same way regardless of what process we are doing, or is it different for each process? See, it's adding conditions is same for all business process. Business, even if you are going for any advanced module also, you're going to add the condition in the similar fashion like you are adding here. For termination or hire or change of any business process, you are working all the basics or core concepts are same for the business process. Now that the condition that you were mentioning is the routing condition. So how we are going to maintain the routing condition? Well, the one I was asking is the routing one is the one we go with the route. You're talking about the routing modifier. That's what you're talking about. Correct. So that one you select. I was asking about the where you do the if the condition. See, there are two types of conditions. One is validation, one is the normal condition. That we are at validation condition will be maintained only in the initiation step. Rest, all conditions will be maintained in the rest of the steps. Any other step except from the initiation step. There are only two types of condition. Now, if you're talking about any condition, anything, any sentence that is mentioned and is having a word called routing, immediately it should come to your mind saying that we have to configure the advanced routing for that particular step. Correct. Anything that says you that you have to consolidate the approval. That means you have to consolidate the approval. You have to configure the consolidate approval step. Any step that is saying that the approval should go to this level and then it should exit. That means it is giving you an exit condition as well. Some exit word is there. It should exit at this particular time. That means immediately it should come to your mind is its approval chain. Correct? Could you show an example like of what you are talking about with one of them, please? We have already discussed all this. But yes, if you want, I can do it with it. That's not a problem. See here. If it is, it says that whenever you are initiating the change job, you should enter on location. Whenever change job is initiated for a worker, you should definitely, or the location shouldn't be blank. Then that means that condition needs to be applied at your initiation step of your business process, change job. So we will go to the initiation step. Now I have opened the hire. So just take it condition as hire. That means pay rate type should not be blank. What I will do is I will go to the business process and I will go to the maintain step conditions and there click on and validation condition here. I will maintain as the rule and then severity. If you enter it as critical, that means it will give you an error. It won't allow you to go ahead with the process. Warning. It will simply give you an alert that depends upon your requirement. So this is when you're putting the rule. So go ahead and create the condition. Pay rate type should not. It depends what all condition you want to enter. Means pay rate type shouldn't be. Pay rate type shouldn't be blank. Is not end. Now we have to select the period type as proposed because yet not employees not hired in our system. We have to select the proposed source field and then is not emptied. Enter the description. Anything that you want and click on. I do not want to go ahead with the means it should give an error. It should not allow the person to go ahead with the process. I won't leave it with a simple warning. I will give it as a critical and I will click on. That's it. My validation condition appears. Any condition that you want to create is go to the maintain step condition. See validation condition automatically. If you want to configure the validation message, go ahead and go to a related action and configure your validation message from here. Configure validation message. Now, if you want to go ahead with the anything, just I would only suggest always go to the maintain step conditions. Don't go to the create condition rule. Again, you have to go back and assign it anything. If I want to configure the change organization assignment, go to the maintain step condition. It will automatically give you the desired format. Maintain step condition. Click on. It knows that this is not a step. This is not an initiation step. So see here, it will only give you a rule. You have to add the condition. That's it. Normal condition. What I'll mention in your requirement. You have done it. So it won't give you that critical and warning message. The above knows that this is a normal step. This is not an initiation step. No need to give the critical or the warning message. You will create the rule and you will click on. That will give you the normal step condition. Third type. you can maintain it as the advanced routing. Usually that comes in your approval steps, that advanced routing. You will see advanced routing is going to happen in the approval step. Why in the approval step? Because they don't want the same person to approve that particular step who has initiated it. So ideally fits in that type of condition. So now I don't have any approval step. Let me go ahead and show you. Usually it comes under the approval step, but if anywhere it is mentioned as a routing, just go to related action, again business process, maintain advanced routing. Click on it will give you the maintain advanced routing. This will only happen whenever there is a condition that says as route this approval. Route this approval. Route words means advanced routing. Fourth type is consolidated approval. Go to the related action. A consolidated approval means word itself tells you that you have to consolidate the approval. So configure console automatically. It will give you that step. Configure consolidated approval. See, automatically it will give you that step if it is consolidated approval. And the last one is approval change. Similarly, go to the approval chain option. You go to the related actions. Since I don't have it now, and you go to the related actions. Similarly, go to the business process, maintain step conditions. It will take you to the approval conditions. Approval chain will only have the exit condition. So whenever you get a condition that says that some kind of exit word is there, automatically add the approval chain. It says that you have to consolidate the approval automatically. So in the same, you should say that it should come to mind as consolidated approval. Now is the if condition added in a different way. That's what I want to clarify. If condition. So like the example I was giving when we were doing the task for the worksheet 10 and it has the review. Current manager. So the condition is they have to these one business processes initiated. So that I put in the notes. But then there is if manager initiated the process, this step should route. So that's what I was asking. This step should route to the HR partner relative to the transaction. So route word. That's what I have told just now. So this condition has a routing word. That means immediately it should come to your mind that particular step should be done as the advanced routing. Go to the related action business process. Maintain advanced routing. Click on. If manager initiated, that means you have to exclude the manager. And then it has asked to route it. A pod. That's it. It would be clearly mentioned whether they have to route it to the related to the transaction or related to the excluded user. You have to select it accordingly. Routing means route. Word means you have to quickly go to the maintain advanced routing. The one related question. The one related question. Consider the approval. Sometimes I get confused that to which part I should configure the considered approval. Is it in sub-process or in the main business process? Here your consolidated approval step is there. If it is in your sub-process, then you have to configure it against that step. See consolidated approval. Step should be there. This step, consolidated approval type, should be consolidated approval. If this type you have added in your sub-process, go ahead and add your condition there. You have to add the condition not in your business process, in your step, so where you can configure the consolidated approval. If your approval chain is also in sub-process, you're going to enter conditions only on your steps, not on your business process. Correct? So it doesn't matter whether you are whether a step is in sub-process or in the main business process. It will give you the same result. Definitely. Conditions will only apply on your steps, not on your business process. So now it depends in which business process, main business process, or in your sub-business process your step is. If a step is in main business process, configure it there. If not sub-process, configure it there. You should have this step. That's it. Then only you can configure the consolidated, that consolidated approval condition. You have taught us our business process is configured. A custom business process is configured, but they are default delivered. Delivered business processes which can be configured manually for termination, for hire, and for job change. So can we take one example which is Workday delivered one, and can we modify it so that for our reference purposes? Because I know you have given us that power to change and configure our own steps. See if we can. We take one, delivered one. I got the point. I got you on. That means that termination business process, for example, that is the existing one. If your client is using the default definition and he or she is going ahead with the default definition, so you can go ahead and simply go to the edit part and edit it. That's simple. What's new in that you can simply go to the edit definition of your termination business process, the default one, and you can simply edit it. See termination default definition. This is Workday delivered. If any business process type that is already worked or delivered, you cannot create the second definition. That is for sure. You cannot create a second definition or default definition for a business process type. If it is already delivered by Workday, that means if default definition is already existing for a particular business process type, I cannot go ahead and create that another second default definition. I cannot create a second default definition of termination. Correct. If your client is using the default definition and he or she your client wants to edit the default definition and continue using the default definition, go to the related action business process, edit definition. Click on. It's only same. You have to simply go to the edit definition and go on adding the steps as you want, as you are doing it for your organization is specific. It's same, only if you want to edit anything, go ahead and edit it. But see, that's what this training tenant, because it's used by many of the new like you guys are new only to Workday. So you guys are going back and editing the normal Workday. So that's definitely going to cause problems going forward. Like for example, yet now we are not able to see the manager name even if we are selecting that. What I can say is to the leader name should get displayed in your supervisory organization. Remember. But still we are not able to see our manager name beside our supervisory organization. So this is something someone has changed the configuration. Ideally, when you check that particular task, that particular tab checkbox saying that include manager's name in the name, your manager name immediately appear here against the bracket. So that's why we don't prefer, especially in the training tenant, to change any of the Workday delivered definitions. Any more questions related to the business process? Yes, I had one more question. Yes, so when we were like assigning roles and or like assigned roles change assignments for worker. So if the condition says only if worker has role-based security group assignments, and then in parentheses it is existing rule. Does that mean is there anything for us to do or nothing? Existing rule means it should be existing in the tenant. Go ahead and select in your business. Select in your maintenance step condition. Try to check whether it is there in your tenant or not. That's it. Only Workday on you. Only Workday on roles. You cannot edit it or you cannot remove it. For example, what it was saying, Teresa, employee should have role-based security group. Only if the employee has a role-based security group. So search for that particular rule. Whether see that rule is there. And this is someone has created it, I think existing rule. No, that means existing rule. If something is written in the bracket, means already that rule is existing in the tenant. You have to utilize that particular rule. That's it. So worker has role-based security group assignments. That's it. And if you want, you can also go ahead and create it. It's simple only. Worker has role-based security group. Work daily. Only no need to create it automatically. Once you save your business process, it will come up on your business process. But rest all you have to go ahead and add it. At least go to the maintenance step condition. If you find that particular existing rule, go ahead and select that. Otherwise, create it. I just want to showcase you. Attitude, I think that whether you guys are with the existing rule types or not, if someone comes to a question suddenly that if is an existing rule, how you are going to select it. Go to the maintenance step condition. Since it is an existing rule, we are going to select that rule and add it in our business process step. That's it. Rules will only be added in your steps, business process steps. Thank you. Any further questions? Based on the document, what you have given, termination, there is a condition like only when employee with hire date prior to 1st January 2000. This condition, how do I get it? Because we have done it for management level like location company. These are the few conditions. I got your point. These are the few conditions that we have dealt in the class. But see, guys, it's not that the conditions that I have given you or we have worked in our class, only you will get that condition. So try to create your own condition if any new condition comes up. But I was not able to do that. That's why I'm asking for you. Yes. So that's what go to the maintenance. First of all, where you are going to maintain the condition. Maintain step conditions. So can anyone guide me? Or you haven't tried it yet? No problem. So see clearly it is written that the hire date would be prior to 1.1/2000. Correct? Go to the maintain step condition entry conditions. You have to create it. How? When that particular step needs to be entered. Go to the create condition rule. Click on. It's the same way only. Just what's the source field? What's the subject? In English, we have studied subject, object, active voice, passive voice. So what's the subject? Source field means what's the subject? Hire date. So hire date. Select the hire date. That's it. But where do I specify the particular date like 1.1/2000? We are going at hire date. If you once you will select the hire date, then automatically you will get ideally it should be hire date proposed. Original hire date proposed. Now relation operator. Less than. That is clearly mentioned prior to that. No, you're not going to select less than or equals to less than and then see. Automatically it will get popped. If you have selected the correct source field, automatically it will get popped up. 1000. Is it fine? So, just whenever any condition comes up to you, if it is, just try to find the subject. What's going to be the subject? Main center of that particular. I can say that in our layman language. What's going to be the main subject of that condition? In our case, it's the hire date. Hire date. See, my condition has been added and all the conditions that you are going to create will be the N. See, Workday automatically comes up here. All the condition that you are going to create will be issue having the blue hyperlink. So any further questions? Can you please check the job except one in the job profile? Yes, I'm going to check it. So any questions apart from the with respect to the business process and as means higher termination and all the stuff, whatever we have configured is correct. Definitely we can go by the test. What you told us by the business process, what are the restrictions, and you can test that one. But I just want that. Can you means one associate like Sanjay or anyone where we have done it? Can you take us through? The entire process means going to their workplace, approving that request from their workplace, how it looks from the user, and how the screen looks like, or that we just want. That means one person like Sanjay, or maybe from the job position side, or maybe from the this one job management side, or the position management side. One associate, you can take it up and take it through the entire one. How it is? I need to consider full compensation. You can do everything. No, you don't have to configure any compensation because you have means myself, Sai Pravina. Everybody has done it in the team. So you can take it. So even completed their full paper. Give me your prefix. I will check whether the configuration is correct or not. And tomorrow I will carry out the hire. You can put it as game and then I grow. Take it is. Mice, you are going to say I'm only initial to scam there. Initially it's only game. You can just take it out with all the means. Just want to see from the user and how the screen looks like. Yesterday I was trying to approve it and it was showing as a reason. After a call you told that he may be the. Always remember if your steps is going into reassign any of your business process going to be assigned. That means your security group assignment is not correct. Always remember. So after we have I have again redesigned everything. And again, it was showing that you get from means I was asked to do is, and I've reasoned it to Logan Stew jobs, and I have approved it from Stew. But after that, what means Sanjay's approval has been approved from Sujo. But I did it as to go for proposed compensation, change this one organization, all that how it looks like from the user, and that we are not able to look at. I need that. One means one person that you can take it to enter into it, and maybe will proceed the termination for the same associate. How do you get a termination, and how would the user and how it looked like? And to add to that, so hire is one termination. See, when you're easily terminating a person, when a manager can terminate an employee or a below employment. So what are the closing tasks that have to be closed? For example, he has to give his laptop, or he has to has any pending payments or PFS there. So you cannot do a terminate employee just like that. So there means there'll be so many background work or tasks for that particular employee to be closed down. So how will it happen? So how will it be configured? See if you have seen offers. Let me answer this. So ask this question, I think Pravina or so this job exempt is defaulted from your edit tenant setup task. So there is a task I cannot open that edit tenant setup task in this training tenant. So always remember this task or this thing is getting defaulted from your edit tenant setup task. There is a job profile tab in that it is mentioned that the job exempt needs to be defaulted for the USA country. Just by default coming from the tenant. Even your time zone. Remember your time zone whenever you are creating or having that business process from there, that time zone is getting defaulted. Edit, tenant, setup task. It should be as always. So edit tenant setup task. Always remember if anything that is getting defaulted. Your straightforward answer should bear edit tenant setup task. It is getting defaulted from the edit tenant setup task. Always remember. And that thing was active. Check that checkbox was there. That notifications need to be sent to all the employees. We are testing something. Some huge testing was going on during our implementation project. And suddenly the notifications got triggered. What happened is I have told you our implementation tenants or our sandbox tenants refreshed by our production tenants only. And that particular checkbox. Someone has checked it and it was not removed from the development tenants. And all the notifications got triggered to the employees. So always remember each and everything if it is getting defaulted and you haven't configured it. It's edit tenant setup task. Edit tenant setup task. Notification. Edit tenant setup task. Payroll edit tenant setup task. Recruitment. So it's all modules. Different modules have their own tenant setups. Correct. Am I? With respect to the realization you know you've given, the notification got triggered. But when you're working on a sandbox, we were testing all the real. See, whenever you are doing the implementation, we are loading the data in our implementation production. No, 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 no. We see if you are implementing something, we have to test it. We are not going to do that. All the 75,000 or all the 10,000 employees directed to the production. And what will happen? We don't know. What we have to check with all those employees in our downstream as well. We are running integrations. We cannot run with one or two simple employees. And we can say that, oh, fine, my payroll is working fine. No, we have to load for whole population. We have to run payroll for whole population, whether it is getting run or not, whether it is getting timed out or not. Similarly, we have to check whether all those hire are being properly uploaded in our downstream or not. At the time of production, everything will get fired out then in that case. So you're telling that in the sandbox, we will check the volume also, like with this volume, whether the sandbox is able to run properly or not. If it throws any error with the volume, because we have done it for 1 or 2, associate that definitely with respect to like business configuration or termination. We can do with 1 or 2. Like payroll and all that stuff, it's a volume game. You cannot say that it's only related to your payroll. It's all related to your HCM as well. If you are going to load thousands of employees, how your employees are getting, whether the employees are getting loaded or not, where that particular organization type is there or not. So each and everything needs to be discussed, uploaded or tested. First, we are definitely, if we have configured something, our configuration is ready, then we will load the data. Data loading stage is also a different one when we go to that particular stage. It's not like that. First, it will be loaded. How organization types will be recognized. First, we are going to configure each and everything. Then only we are going to load that. Correct. Mapping of the companies. So you're talking about AMI didn't. I will just look into this and will get back to you. See, you have already had Sanjay. That's all it means. That's what it means. I have done the pra-hire, and after pra-hire, I've gone ahead and hire that one. So I've just clicked that hire and it got to Jacqueline, and from Jacqueline, I have a reassign and it twitched you. I've just approved 2 requests. But how come just approving 2 requests? Sanjay got hired. Like for hire, there is a process like it has to go to the compensation partner, all that, but where it never went. You haven't configured any hire definition for your business process. Oh, sorry for your supervisory organization. It's hire default definition only. So your hire default definition was taken into picture. You haven't configured any organization specific see hire default definition is only there. Correct. So I will check what all steps. Now go ahead and check. See, it has only 2 steps. Initiation and then add probation period. That's it. And did you add the HR partner group? See, whenever you are stuck up in business process, for example, I'm carrying out the hiring, it's for everyone, guys. Any kind of business process you are executing, whether it's termination, change of, or in future, you are going to work in any of the modules. So open this. Open your supervisory organization for which you are carrying out the business process. Business process means anything. Any of the business process, go to the related action first. Check what is the business process that is being assigned for this particular supervisory organization. Go to the business process. Business process definitions for business object. Click on it. That means it will give you the list of all the business process that is being currently followed by my supervisory organization, KM Agrotech Corporation. I will quickly check now since you told me that I have to check for hire. I quickly enter hire. There is no organization specific definition. That means you are following the default definition. It's not going to be a problem to follow the default definition if you want to follow. It depends upon the requirement. Go ahead and search default definition. Open that, open that. Open that business process definition that you are being using. Now it has checked the steps that it is using. It is using only 2 steps. You are going to initiate it. Then you are going to add the probation period. That's it. Now, if you have initiated it and if you haven't assigned any HR partner, it will go to the reassign steps because it doesn't know where to go. Because you haven't assigned any HR partner to your supervisory organization, it will quickly, immediately go to the reassign. If you have assigned your HR partner, then it will go to the HR partner, to that particular employee whom you have assigned as the HR partner. So now you haven't configured it. That's what I have told. Complete your configuration. Hiring needs to be done at the last. That's the last step that you have to do. Ankita, one question, but just a doubt. One doubt before that. How is this hire, which I have configured in like K Magrotech, will be assigned to my process? It will be automatically assigned. If you have configured it, there is no need to assign your hire. But that is already hired. You can just put it as business hire for K Magrotech. And this is it. Then how it is not getting automatically reassigned? It is in error. Why hire for KM underscore Agrotech Corporation? And what's your hold on? Did you create effective date? What's the effective date of your hire business process? Just try to remove that error and then try to enter it. But what was the error? I'm not able to get that. Let's go into the error. Because if your business process is in error, it won't be used. So automatically the default definition will be used. That also you should keep in your mind whenever you are working on the business process. If any error business process is not going to be used automatically, the default definition will be used. The consolidated approval configuration step is not valid for the security group. Add that security group and correct it. A quick question. So you have shown us the personal problems and we are getting it. But my question is like, do you have the activity solution end to end for this project? It's you who are going to configure that for full practice. But I'm there to clear your doubts. So you don't have the practice solution. No, because we cannot provide you the solution. It's only 10 configuration will be there. Full end to end. I have a question here. I have initiated the hire and my business process also does not have any error. Later on, in case I am assigning roles to some other person instead of whoever I have assigned, will there be any issue? I didn't get your question, Pravina. See, I have initiated the hire and my business process is also like working good. But I'm not able to do the hire, like I'm not knowing where it is stuck up. In case, if I have not assigned any roles, if I want to assign later on, will the process also get any error? If it hasn't got triggered, for example, I got a question now. If you have initiated the hire, fine. The change organization assignments went to KM underscore manager. Now what will happen is you find that you haven't assigned these steps. Now it's pending in the KM Manager inbox. But now you go ahead and assign a Growth Tech compensation partner and then HR partner and HR executive. It will be assigned to the new security partners only. Don't worry that you have assigned, but the steps that have already been triggered or that is pending in your inbox. And then you are going to assign the employee to that particular security group. It won't get triggered. Then you have to go back and correct your business process. In that case, how will we be able to correct it? That was the question, because me and Praveena, when we are checking, we have not assigned a person to a KM manager, and that notification got triggered to KM manager. In that case, go to the business process. Go to the business process. Go to your staffing tab of your supervisory organization. There you will see that business process is in progress. See here. Now it's completed for this particular agrotech corporation. So go to the staffing process and check here. It would be pending here. Go to the related action I've shown you earlier as well. Whenever you want to correct your business process, go to the related action and correct it or cancel it or rescind it in case of completed. And always remember, if your business process is in error, it will always follow the default definition. Correct your error. Clearly, the error will be mentioned. I want you to resolve your error on your own. That's Game Manager. I must have. I need to add and consolidate that one that I will do it away that it was a consolidated approval. I've picked on that part, or otherwise I'll remove that consolidated approved task itself and then try to do it. Also either of these. I got. So any further, then I'll try to read again one more associate and then let's see whether it goes to all the task approval or not. Maybe that's the reason it was showing only 2 steps in it. Sanjay Varar got approved. Now for this Sanjay Varar, how from the system point of view, how we will make this guy a CEO or how it has to be. Automatically it's CEO only because you have assigned the job profile. If you have used the job profile KMCU, automatically it's going to be CEO only. See, this is a job profile that you have assigned. Correct. Open that job profile and there you will see that you have assigned management level as Chief Executive Officer. So that means he's going to be Chief Executive Officer. Practicality or how it is changed job. Any kind of location, any kind of job attributes that need to be changed, you have to trigger. Go to the related actions. Go to the job change. See, job change will be there. If you have the authority to see transfer, promote or change job, change business title, change location, anything that is related to terminate employee, that is related to the change of the job, it's going to be done by the job change. Go to the related action of that particular employee and your compensation package structure is also not correct. Because your compensation is not at all defaulted here. See, your compensation is not at all defaulted. Go to the compensation tab of your employee. This is Sanjay Bevue. Just now I opened. This is a summary location. Cross-check it. If you have hired an employee, just cross-check location, call center, supervisory, organization. Everything is correct or not. Employee IDC Workday is automatically assigned the employee ID. So also you can go ahead and check for the worker history as well. What all things you have done on the worker history part. Scroll towards worker history. Open the worker history. Cross-check it as school compensation itself is not getting defaulted. That means there is an issue while you are creating or your eligibility rule is not correct. That's why your compensation is not getting defaulted. Now, what's your compensation package? How you are going to check it? Here, only you have to check whether all the things that you have configured is getting defaulted for your employee or not. So this is your eligibility, non-management eligibility rule. Why it will get defaulted? It should be here for all agrotech. It's clearly mentioned all agrotech employees should be eligible for this compensation package. It's mentioned in your requirement document as well, practice paper as well. So why you have given this eligibility rules? So correct your eligibility rules. And if you want, we were able to do the process, but we were not able to cross-check whether we have done it properly or not. If your employer is fired, what all things you should be checking? Go to the employee profile. That's what we have discussed in the first day class, how to open the profile. Go to the profile, see if I will go to the jack line. You will see the salary just like this. See the compensation part is here. See compensation tab will appear here. Your compensation package will appear. See management is her compensation package. Grade is management. Grade profile. Everything will appear for you. But if your configuration is correct, that's how you're going to test your configuration that you have done is correct or not. Your salary, you are going to give the salary at that time. Compensation plan. Remember, you have created the compensation plan. If your employee is eligible, if you have given the compensation, then it will automatically appear here. Now, if you want, you can check it. CKM Agrotech compensation non-management eligibility rule is the eligibility rule that Cornwell has created. I will go to the related action of this eligibility rule. I will go to the compensation eligibility. I will test it. Now what I want to test it for which employee? Instance to test. I want to test whether this employee, Sanjaya, is eligible for this compensation package or not. What's the name? Sanjay only. KM underscore. Sanjaya underscore is there. O hyphen is there. Underscore or hyphen. Either of these. Let me check it. So you can check your eligibility as well. KM hyphen is there. Copy it and go ahead and now there are two employees. It's same only. See eligible for this rule. Sanjaya is not at all eligible, then how your eligibility will get defaulted. That's the reason why it's got failed. Finally, what you should have done with your eligibility rule is go ahead and edit your eligibility rule. And then remove the non-management here. These all are wrong. You have to select the supervisory organization. Enter your supervisory organization. Supervisory organization. It should be your source field and since it is clearly mentioned, it should be eligible for all agrotech employees. So enter it here. All agrotech employees, then only it will get defaulted. First of all, if you are going to look into your activity document, it clearly says that the activity document of your compensation structure I'm talking about, not about the practice paper. It clearly says that if you go through it, open it now. Just what I'm saying, just go through it. Don't look at my screen, I would suggest. So, first of all, you have to create the compensation eligibility rule. Now, coming back to the second thing, it would say that create compensation grade and then you have to create compensation grade profile. This you have already created it. Fourth one is you have to create your salary plan. Definitely salary plan should be there, or you can say that you can also create an hourly plan if your employer has hourly employees. That's how they are going to get paid. Now there would be another create allowance plan. Allowance plan can be of any type of allowance that you are getting, whether it's going to be internet or it's going to be your, we can say that car allowance or it's going to be your house allowance. Anything you are going to get, any kind of allowance plans. If it is allowance plans, you are going to create it under the allowance plans. Now always remember this hard and fast rule. These all things, once you have done it, it's going to be somewhere in the tenant. Now where you are going to club all these, create compensation package. Here you are going to club all these, what all things you have to club. Your compensation grade. Now, plus your compensation grade profile, plus your salary plan or your hourly plan, if your employer has any hourly employee. That's what I have mentioned, or hourly plan. Last one is your allowance plan. If you are having 2 to 3 allowance plans or employers having 2 to 3, you are going to add those 2 to 3 allowance plans. Everything should be inside your compensation package. Then only it will be considered. If you want to get included, if you don't want to get included, remove it from there, from the compensation package, but with effective date. If you are going to do any change, do it with effective date. Only now where you are going to attach the eligibility rules. Always remember, wherever you are working, it's not about this practice paper. This is common. You are going to attach it under your compensation package, under your salary or hourly plan and your allowance plan. Always remember only these three. You are going to attach the eligibility rules. I have also told that time when I told how to create the compensation package. Now compensation grade you are going to attach with job profile. No need of eligibility rule. Again, I am saying that going forward, no one should say that there should be an eligibility rule for a compensation grade. Compensation grade, just memorize it somewhere, just keep it somewhere within your mind. If you say that immediately, the interviewer will come to know that you haven't worked on it or you don't know how to create the compensation structure. So, compensation grade, you are going to attach it to the job profile and eligibility rules definitely. It should be there for everyone apart except compensation grade. Again, I am repeating, just insert it somewhere in your mind. I am saying you again and again. Eligibility rules should be there for compensation package, salary or hourly plan or allowance plan, and compensation grade should be attached to job profile. Everyone will have eligibility rule inside a compensation package, including compensation package as well, except compensation grade. Now coming back to our paper, it's clearly mentioned here. Agrotech want all compensation grades to be tied directly to the job profile of workers. It won't be mentioned in your requirement document. Your client won't say that. They will tell us, I want this compensation grade to be given to these many job profile, and this compensation grade should be given to this job profile. It's you know that compensation grade should need to be attached to the job profiles. Now Agrotech has one compensation package. Agrotech compensation package. All Agrotech employees are eligible. It's clearly mentioned the eligibility rule for the compensation package. Then why did you miss it, Pravina? It is clearly mentioned here. All Agrotech IFO Tech employees are eligible for your compensation package. Then eligibility rule should be there. Agrotech has salary plan where all Agrotech IFO Tech employees are eligible, called Agrotech salary plan. And here also they have given the eligibility rule for the salary plan clearly. If it is not given directly, you can shoot out the question to your client as well. And then all grades should have INR as default currency with compensation element of base pay and envelope frequency. Make your eligibility rules for the compensation components to default based on the management level, location, supervisor, organization, etc. as suitable. Non-management are considered below director management level. These are all the stuff that they have given. When you are going to create your different compensation structure, you can use that. And for the allowance plans, what they have given the eligibility, non-management employee. That means now I have highlighted all the eligibility rules. Now anyone can tell me how many eligibility rules I have to create for the Agrotech. 2 eligibility rules, one containing all Agrotech employees and one for non-management staff. So only 2 eligibility rules. If, for example, they might have said that here for the salary plan that only Agrotech employee processing department, for example, I'm just giving you a processing department employees should be eligible for the Agrotech salary plan. Then how many we are going to create, because this is another eligibility rule. So we are going to create 1, 2, and then the third one for the allowance plan. Here, since the salary plan and your compensation package eligibility rule is similar, so we can use it. It's all the same only. Creation of one eligibility rule. We can go ahead and attach it to the compensation package as well as to the salary plan. Correct. In that case, Ankita, there is also like for management, no like management and non-management. Those are different levels, no more management level. Wait, this one you are talking. These are grades. Compensation grades. Why you are getting confused with the grades and the eligibility rules. Eligibility rules are different and these are grades. Agrotech management and Agrotech non-management. These two are the compensation grade. These are not the eligibility rules. Correct. So grades are two, management and non-management. There are 2 grades. If they are going to add 3 to 4, this is a practice paper. You are seeing only 2 grades. You can have multiple grades. You are going to create multiple grades in that case. Don't get confused by eligibility rules, grade profiles. What is grade? And grade you are going to define the pay ranges. And grade profile you are going to do the localization of your compensation. That's why when I was taking the compensation class, I have first gone through the definitions, then I have shown you the system. allowance plans, you are going to give any kind of allowance that is like internet allowance or car allowance, not on a regular basis. You are going to give. Correct. Now is it clear? Anyone has any doubt related to the compensation or? I still have a doubt. In the compensation grade profile, that's a mandatory column for eligibility rules. Management staffs, what will be the rule I inserted? Management staffs only for management, like director and above. Compensation grade profiles you are talking about. Where is that? Ability rule, no. This is a mandatory field. This is like a permanent management staffs. No, see, this is entirely wrong. Can anyone tell me what's the eligibility rule I'm going to use here? Localization. Yes, this is localization. It has to be for Germany. It has to be all emperors. It should be country Germany because grade profiles means it's localization. That means this eligibility rules will be entirely based on your country. Because it's the localization of your compensation grades. Can you go to that whole document that you created? That gives us a more clear understanding. So mom on this. Can you give me a few examples? See, you said create compensation eligibility rule, which includes compensation package, salary hourly plan plus allowance plan. Then compensation grade is job profile. See, job profile we have. It is tied to the compensation grade and management level. Yes, management level and compensation grade. These are the two mandatory fields whenever you are creating the job profile. Job profile. Then create the third one I'm talking about is create compensation grade profile. What is that? Compensation grade profile. This one grade profiles. When you are creating the compensation grade, you are creating the grade profile. See, this is something that I have told you, but always remember for compensation that activity document itself is satisfactory. Again, I'm saying that follow that. If Pravina would have followed that compensation activity document. Pravina, I'm sorry if I'm taking your name again and again since your compensation is package. I'm just discussing about. So just follow the activity document of compensation component that I have shared with you. Whenever you are stuck anywhere, just open that thing. It's not about this practice paper. It's anywhere if you are stuck. Even I'm also referring those activity documents. If I'm stuck anywhere, I'm doing any testing or I'm analyzing anything. I'm telling you guys, simply follow the activity document. And always remember, since you will be working on business process, you will be hiring or you will be doing any kind of testing or implementation. During implementation, we are doing n number of testing. So always remember that. If you are stuck, if your business process is stuck anywhere, it's better if you are not able to correct it. You will say that, oh fine, I have given this hire date. Now I want to correct it. It's not getting corrected. I'm getting this error or blah, blah, you're stuck somewhere. Immediately I would prefer, I will cancel it and I will initiate a fresh one. Because I know that where my business process is stuck up, where it is getting error, doubt, or I haven't assigned the proper security group. It is going to the reassign steps again and again. So first what I will do is at my place. If I want, I can go ahead and correct it. If correct is also not working, then what I will do is I will cancel that business process. And then I will correct my security group or whatsoever error is there for my business process. And then I will initiate my business process with a fresh start. I would say that. So in your case, if your hire date is not correct, go ahead and correct it. It's a small change. If it is getting corrected, go ahead and correct it. But when you initiate a business process where you have cancelled the earlier one, ma'am, and initiated a new one, so would you be giving the same name or would be a different name for the business process? See, if you haven't hired the name, if you haven't had the employer, now employee is not at all hired. So you can give it a new name. Nude. Sorry, you can use the same name because the employee is still not hired. I just have a doubt. So here we have to create one package and assign the management grade and the non-management grade. Is that correct? Correct. So here what's wrong is you have created Pravina Agrotech Management. Why you have created? This is the grade fine. I will see this is the composition package and ideally their eligibility rules should be there, which should include your all supervisory organization. And then grades are there, two grades management and non-management. Under that you have created two grade profilers, Germany and India. It's correct. Now, if I go by the grade profile Germany, if I open this grade profile, so this should be localization for Germany. That means the eligibility rules. It would be Europe. Should be see total base pay, and I'm sorry, it won't be. See eligibility rules. It should be country Germany. This is wrong. This is grade profile. Always remember no, where management level or nothing will be defaulted apart from the country. Eligibility rules is usually the country, usually means always the country, only because grade profile. Just write it down somewhere so you know. A grade profile means you are going to localize your compensation grades and get just one question. So suppose say for management, my management grade is there, non-management grade is there. So for management grade, the salary plan will be different. The allowance will be different for the normal management. It will be different. So managers can have more benefits and more elements. So why we are assigning the management and non-management into the same package? So will it be the same case in the real-time scenario? See if you're saying that, for example, this is a salary plan. Let's open the salary plan. We are nowhere defining say eligibility rule is empty. You have to here assign the eligibility rule. All agro tech employees are eligible. If you are saying that talking about the salary, what will happen is, for example, if I'm hiring the employee, no one has created it. Otherwise, I would have shown you by the hiring, just create it fully. Then at last, I will do that hiring. And I think if you also do the hiring, for example, now I'm hiring Sanjay Bevier. He is a CEO. Now what will happen is when you come to the third step of your hire business process, what will happen is the compensation package proposed. Compensation hire is a thing. And what will happen is it will default the compensation. You would see that compensation package will be defaulted to Pravina. In the sense, when that step comes, it will be automatically yes, yes. it would be if you have. If your eligibility rule is correct, it will be automatically assigned. What your eligibility rule says that it should be eligible. All the agrotech employees should be eligible for this compensation package. Sanjay BVO is hired in which supervised organization? Agrotech Super Golding. So what it will do is compensation package for Sanjay BVO will be defaulted to Praveena Agrotech Comp package. And your compensation grade will be defaulted to. Can anyone tell me what's going to be the compensation grade for Sanjay BVO? For example, I'm going to hire. What's going to be the compensation grade for Sanjay BVO? Management level, it's management level. Correct. Automatically, that would be defaulted as management level. This one, Praveena Agrotech Management, will be defaulted. And what's going to be and from where it will be defaulted? Praveena Management Agrotech Management. Can anyone tell me, see, this agrotech compensation package is defaulted? So I can explain you, ma'am, because see in the support where Sanjay is the CEO and also he is the employee. At the CEO level comes in the management level, and that is where the grade also is selected as management level. No, but how? Where you have given the grade? In job profile, we need to correct. This is going to be your answer. What happens is because when we are going to hire Sanjay BView, we have selected with job profile for Sanjay. Position management. Hold on with job profile. Job profiler, you are telling me staffing model. Sanjay BV's job profile is Agrotech CEO. Management level. And when you are going to create this is the job profile we have assigned to the Sanjay BVO. You guys agree with me on this? So I have assigned this Agrotech CEO. Now what will happen is, since I have already told you that job profiles will have a compensation grade and management level defaulted. There, in this Agrotech CEO, we have defaulted the CEO management level and which compensation grade we have defaulted. Agrotech management. Everyone with me? No one should have any doubt why this Praveena Agrotech management compensation grade is being picked when Sanjay BVC don't go by, even if you are not able to do it in tenant because you are going to give interview. You should know that from where all these things are coming up. It's not you have only configured it. You work, they won't give you it. You have only configured it to make it defaulted in the system. So everyone with me at this moment, Agrotech compensation package, why it has come? Because we have given the eligibility rules, all Agrotech employees are eligible. And Sanjay BVO, we are hiding in the Sopigo Agrotech Corporation. So that means Sanjay BVO will automatically have this compensation package defaulted. Correct. A compensation grade, since this compensation grade will get defaulted. Praveena Agrotech Management. Why? Because Sanjay is having a job profile as Agrotech CEO, and in this job profile, we have defaulted these two things, compensation grade and management level. So automatically Praveena Agrotech Management is going to get picked, defaulted. Now which country compensation grade profile? Which country Sanjay belongs to? It's India. Where then under Agrotech Management grade profile, what grade Agrotech Management is his grade? Now Praveena, which grade profile will be picked up? Praveena Agram India. Because we have given the eligibility under this Praveena Agram India, the eligibility is going to be country India and Sanjay since belongs to India country. So automatically this grade profile will be picked up. Correct. Everyone with me now? So Agram Pravina, Agram India will be picked up because the location of Sanjay BVO is India. Now, which salary plan will be picked up for Sanjay? Salary plan or hourly plan? Which will be picked up? Salary plan, ma'am. Salary plan will be picked up. In this case, for example, what will happen is if I am going to, for example, I want, because a company can have both salary plan salaried employees as well as hourly employees. Usually in USA, we have that kind of concept, hourly and salary employed. Correct. So what will happen is your employer will say that my all employees are eligible for salary plan as well as hourly plan, or they will give you a condition. For example, now what I will do is I will make my compensation package. I will add a condition here that all employees are eligible for salary plan as well as hourly plan as well. I will give an eligibility rule here as all Agrotech employees for a salary plan or hourly plan as well. What will happen is what all plan you're going to give, that plan is going to get defaulted. That means what salary plan will get defaulted for here. Agrotech salary plan will get defaulted. Correct. And if for example, don't get confused with the salary or hourly plan. If, for example, your employer comes and say that I have hourly plan, that all the employees should be eligible for the hourly plan as well, all Agrotech. So your Agrotech hourly plan will also get defaulted. Agrotech hourly plan. This is only the default of the hourly plan. Now, when you will go to the proposed compensation hire step, when you're going to hire the Sanjay, all these things, Privina Agrotech compensation package, Privina Agrotech management grade, then Privina AGM India, and then both of these salary plan and hourly plan will get defaulted. What's going to be the salary plan name? Privina. I'm just taking it that so that you guys don't get confused. Privina Agrotech salary plan and then Privina Agrotech hourly plan. Now you will have one more column in between. It would be you are going to add salary or your hourly rate. Since if you want, you can go ahead. Now I want Sanjay to get 20 lakhs. Here I'm going to mention the salary 20 lakhs. If I want to give 20 lakh salary to Sanjay Beer, here I'm going to mention. And if I want to get him the hourly, remove the salary plan, remove the salary and give like I want to get him paid 500 rupees per hour. Then you are going to enter the hourly rate. If it is hourly employee, if it is salary, all the finalization based on the employee. For example, now we are hiring the Sanjay. Next, we are going to hire which employee? We are going to have our Lisa. Let's take it as Lisa. Now you guys will tell me what all things will get defaulted for Lisa. Then anyone tell me what's going to be the compensation package for Lisa. Package is going to be same as compensation package. All employees are eligible. Since all employees are eligible, so definitely compensation package is going to be one only because all Agrotech employees are eligible and compensation grade. Sai, can you tell me what's going to be the compensation grade for Lisa? Once, can you show me that? Lisa, VP Logistics grade would be in management itself. For Lisa, yes. Agrotech management only. It's mentioned here. Agrotech. So Agrotech VP, There we are going to attach this Agrotech management grade. And same goes with Fran Rossmann as well. For Fran Rossmann, Agrotech non-management is going to be the grade. Now you shouldn't have any questions regarding the compensation package. Did anyone has any question regarding the compensation package defaulting off, from where it is getting defaulted and why it is getting defaulted? All the answers are discussed here. Did anyone has any questions related to Agrotech? I see this important part. That's why I'm again and again asking. If you have any questions, just shoot it out. Ankit, like if suppose you're creating the salary plan, everything you have created as a, but at the end of the day, the user will, how they will update the, I have to say from where they will update it with screen. So that's the screen you are going to get when you are going to hire who is going to take care of the proposed compensation. Compensation approval. No. Who is going to take care of the compensation? Where is the hire for Pravina? This is the hire business process that Pravina Agrotech Corporation is going to follow. So who is going to decide the salary for Sanjaya? It's manager. The proposed compensation hire will decide on that part, or the approval will decide on. You are going to propose a compensation for the hire. That's what it meant. Any questions? Anyone has any doubt or any question? Ankit, in the scenario where we create some additional supervisory organizations, some more other subordinates and all, so we are going to add those subordinates to LGBT role. That's just enough. Or else their complete compensation package will be eligible for the new one. New subordinate that they create. Yes. How many subordinates if you are going to create going forward, it would be eligible, or else you have to create or add them, or else select the proper source fee. For example, if I'm going to select organization and subordinates. That means all the organization and its subordinates are going to be the organization hierarchy and subordinates. Instead of adding each sub, yes, you can select this. Yes, so we can just add the supervisory organization. Correct. But you have to select the proper fee. Otherwise, you have to add your supervisory organization again and again. I think this would be the best practice. Instead of adding all the new organizations. Correct. So go ahead and add it. If you are adding the supervisory organization, then by default, all the employees in the subordinates, everything will come into picture. Then why we have to add the subordinate if we are going to from the payroll only for the subordinate. If we are going to select the supervisory organization, then it would only select this only. It's not going to consider the subordinates. Until and unless you are going to select that a particular field and subordinates. Regarding job profiles, I just had a doubt, suppose in our compensation structure, like Agrotech Management, Agrotech Corporation, under which Sanjay Piru has been selected afterwards. This Frank Osman and all they are selected under this one Agrotech Logistic. So if suppose I'm selecting in the eligibility rule, the supervisory organization has Agrotech Corporation, then by default Ross Frank Osman will get paid. No, because Fran Rossman belongs to the subordinate. For that you have to select the correct associate external field. You have to tell Workday, like you have to consider the subordinates as well. Otherwise, it will only get it defaulted for that particular supervisory organization which you have mentioned in the comparison value. That is known as a subordinates. So if you are going to select the source field as supervisory organization or organization hierarchy and its subordinate, then it's going to select the subordinates of that particular hierarchy or organization type. But just couple of minutes before, you have selected only the supervisory organization in the editor compensation package as well as everywhere. The first eligibility rule, what we have mentioned. Yeah. So no, then that means that's wrong. So you have to select the subordinates as well. Where I selected it, Convil. Yes, in the earlier eligibility rule, when we are creating that key, all employees of the no, that will only have the Agrotech Corporation. If I have done that, then that's wrong. It will only include the Agrotech Corporation. But that belongs to the processing department. Like Aaron belongs to the executive management, so you have to include that particular source field supervisory organization and its subordinates. But in that case, we have to select all the 4 corporations in this compensation package in that eligibility rule itself. Then only by default it will come. If you are going to yes, if you are only going to select a supervisory organization as your source field, then you have to select all your 4 or what? All the organizations are there. And if you are selecting supervisory organization and its subordinates, then select enter only Agrotech Corporation. It will also include the subordinates as well, or the subordinates below. No, can you repeat it? Sorry, I'm not able to get the last statement. If you are selecting the source field as only supervisory organization, then you have to give all your 4 supervisory organizations. That means corporation executive processing and your control. I think media TV is there. Logistics. And if you are selecting the source field as supervisory organization and its subordinates, then only you can only give Agrotech Corporation. If you are giving Agrotech Corporation, that means this supervisory organization and all its subordinates will be considered in that case. I'm individually selecting all the profiles and re-selecting Agrotech Corporation. So what's the difference? Because when you select super, then by default all the sub-orgs are inherited. See if I'm going to select only supervisory organization as the source field. That means what work they know. Is that only the supervisory organization, Agrotech Corporation, that I have mentioned in the comparison value of my eligibility rule? That it will take into picture. It will get defaulted for Agrotech Corporation only. But if I have selected supervisory organization and its subordinates, then in that case it will. If I'm going to give a Agrotech Corporation, then in this case, what it will understand is Workday knows that find supervisory organization and its subordinates. I have to consider all the subordinates for this particular supervisory organization because this is my source field. Now is it clear to everyone? So in the first we need to add everything. In the second we have to add one. Correct. Mom, coming down to the point, Mom, you said create compensation eligibility rule. Then come up with a great profile, a salary plan, hourly plan, create allowance plan. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th point should be create compensation package should be the 6th point. Because what? Why I mentioned it here is because this is going to be umbrella create compensation package. Under that, everything will come up. Yes, definitely. It's going to be the 6 point. Then, so anyone has any questions related to the related to this practice paper, Ankita, that we created job profiles. Can we use them for any other? Any other, yes. If it is in tenant, you can use it. This is a simple practice session. If you're going to create one more org unit or one more organization hierarchy or going to work on it, you can use it. Job profile is there. Even you can, if you want, you can use this compensation package as well. Include one more supervisory organization and add there. Like first condition is going to be supervisory organization in Subotinews Agrotech Corporation. Then R, and then add one more. If you want to use the same compensation package, same compensation eligibility rules or compensation package for anyone else. For example, if I'm going to have one more like GMS Corporation, so you can add it there or within OR condition. Either this or this. Anyone can use this compensation eligibility rule. So it's not like that you're only going to use it for one. You can use this. It is created in your tenant. It is available in your tenant. It entirely depends how you're going to default it, how you're going to use it. What I was thinking is you guys might be able to finish your practice paper, this practice paper. And if you want, I can share one more practice paper if you guys are, but I don't think that you are comfortable in this first practice paper itself. We need to do reporting and termination also. No, Ankita, I would suggest you share the practice paper. Let us go through that part. Let's see what all the eligibility rules and all the such, because it's not that we are going through the same practice paper again and again. Correct. So it's a kind of mini. You can say that if you are done with this, you are done with the mini implementation project. It's a kind of mini, not I can say that mini implementation project. It's a kind of mini project. You are configuring something from start till end. Correct. In a project also, you are going to configure these things only. They can ask you a number of supervisory organizations to be created or reports to be created or business process will be there. If ma'am, for business process, can you give us a business process where especially for hire or job change, because termination will come at the end and then we are not so much bothered, job change and especially hire. In the business process where we have sub-processes, we will include about 3 to 4 sub-processes and then step processes. Ma'am, what are the step processes that are very commonly used? For example, you have a step process where you have advanced routing. Then you have a step process where you can add parallel or third party. You said for third parties we use pseudo function. So those kind of things. See, this is agglutec, higher definition for agglutec and fruitec. So can anyone tell me how many sub-processes are there for this agglutec? Approved. Competition is one. Consolidated approval is the same. How many sub-processes I'm talking about? These are the steps: tasks, initiate change, propose, approve, consolidate approval. This I can remove it. It will be a good step. So three sub-processes. So what is change? Organization assignments for worker. Second one, propose compensation hire, from where we can identify the allowed actions. It's a process from where we can identify that which task is creating a sub-process. Business continuous sector. Duplicate we have to open. From where? that business process page and no, 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 no. See, that's what you should memorize it till now. It's business process configuration option. They are definitely going to ask you. In the interview, they can ask you. If you have mentioned there that you have configured the business process, they can ask you. So it should be business configuration. Business process configuration option report should be your answer immediately. It should come out. So change organization assignments for worker, propose compensation. High is going to be the second one, and then the third one is going to be personal information change. Since I have worked on it, so I know about it, but you guys have to open that configuration option report. One day will come that by looking at the task itself, you can say that, fine, this is triggering the sub-process. This will trigger business process. It will come slowly and slowly only. And now, if you are talking about the sub-process, step clearly is mentioned approve, compile to do. This is a to-do step. Send onboarding checklist documents to employee. Now you will send the HR executive will send the onboarding checklist and then they will take some time to send you the documents. Sometimes documents are not available to them. They have to ask, like for example, they will ask the relieving letter or the resignation email to us in order to process it. So they will wait for it because resignation email or relieving letter, something we will get it once we join the company or after our FNF, full and final settlement. So this task HR executive will keep open in his inbox. It will be open. Once HR executive receives all the documents, then he will go and click on that submit. That's it. Now, referring to the condition yesterday itself, I have gone through all the conditions. This is gender value can be empty for agrotech employee. This is a type of condition. Now, this is going to be the consolidated. Definitely, consolidated approval will have a consolidated approval condition. This is a normal condition. If base pay amount proposed is greater than equal to 4,000 euro, there is no validation condition because nothing is mentioned in the initiation step. If any condition is mentioned in the initiation step, then that's going to be a validation. Always make it a hard point whenever you are configuring any type of condition. If you are in a doubt, I am not getting the exit step. I would only suggest every one of you to directly go to the related action of the step and go to the maintain step conditions. You will get that column there, maintain step condition. If you are going via create condition, then it might happen that you won't get exit condition because there you are only creating the condition. So always remember, go to the related action of that particular step, then maintain step conditions. Now, someone has asked me long back that how can I identify what is the domain I have to look or means how I am going to identify what someone has asked me, what's the functional area or which domain I have to edit, which domain security policy I have to edit. Someone has asked me that question. Yesterday it was Paris and me. I have asked that one which domain policy we have to edit. It cannot be all the for domain policy. Yes. For example, if I want the create compensation, I want to edit the create compensation eligibility rule domain. I want to give authority for someone to create the compensation. I have to look who all have the security to update create the compensation package. So what I'm going to do is go to this task. One task is functional area. Functional area that we have already discussed. Functional area, search for the proper. Since it is it's a compensation task. So I will first go to the HCM and then I will search for it. Now it's better to go instead. You can search here View Security for Secureable Item. Note it down, View Security for Secureable Item. If I want to search it for Create Compensation Task, what all security group has access for it, I will click on. See, it will give me the functional area name as well and create compensation package task. I want to, this is the task and this is the functional area for that. I will click on View Security. So what? All security group are permitted. Compensation Administrator, Cost Center Manager, RBS, GO7 and Implementers. Only these three security groups can create the compensation package. Rest all won't be able to see that particular task itself. No, Ankita, the question was related to suppose for proposed compensation hire, where if we add the security group so that it will reflect at our end. That is proposed compensation. Hire is going to be your business process. Teresa, are you going to answer this? Because I think that I have clarified it yesterday. Sorry, we want me to answer what? Yes, just answer his question. From where I'm going to add the security for the business process task, proposed compensation hire. If I want to add Teresa, security administrator, I have created a security group. Teresa, I want to add it for proposed compensation hire task. I think that's the one you said. You said I should we add it in the task itself. I think you said I should add it in the task itself. That has to be done through the proposed compensation. Go to the respective task, Edit for Security Policy. From Edit, you can look for the order who have the access to it, and this is that you can give access, correct? Any business process related policy needs to be changed. Go to the respective security policy. It would be changed by Business Process Security Policy and any domain security policy. Domain security policy will be changed by Domain Security Policy. Business process is simple. If I am talking about proposed compensation hire, if I'm talking about review employee termination, that word itself will tell you I have to go to the termination business process. Proposed compensation hire, I have to go to the compensation business process. Correct. So immediately it should come to your mind like this. Now and for domain, it is new security for secureable items. Yes, no, no, no. This is to identify which security are eligible or how you are going to. But if you want to edit the domain security policy, then you have to go to the domain security policy, edit domain security policy. This is where I can view what all items eligible means, what all security groups are eligible for that particular task. For example, you are creating the supervisory organization. What will happen now? Someone comes and says that I don't want implementers. Means I don't want implementers to have access of create supervisory organization in production system. So in production system, what they are going to do is the consultant should ensure that the implementers doesn't have access. See, create supervisory organization and the functional area is organization and roles. If here you will see that implementers, this and supervisory administrator, these three security groups can create the supervisory organization in this tenant. If I don't want implementers, I can go ahead. In the Edit Domain Security Policy, I will enter this functional area, organization and role, and I can remove that particular. Remember, we used to view and modify. That View and Modify tab was there. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.